Alright, but let's do this, shall we? Emo kit meeting. Wait, wasn't what? Wait, what? When are we done with that?
We got Wanda back, straightened out Johnny Blaze, and are gonna totally vaporize the Parchment of Power.
What the fuck happened last time?
I am not 100% clear on how Robbie's link with Johnny Blaze works.
I thought we finished that last time, the whole emo kit thing. No, this box can't respawn. Does anyone remember what the fuck happened last time? Because I don't. Why does it feel like it didn't save or something? Because I feel like we did that. Well, I guess we'll see. Lilith. That's one thing that happened last time. That happened last time. I remember that. Lilith happened last time. But what the hell else happened? Oh, this box is back too. Why is there no recap? Where is my previously on Midnight Suns? What the fuck? What did this man just say? This Mr. 7 underscore guy. Oh my god. What the hell? I cannot believe this man just said that. Tiltair mob. What the fuck? We'll see you later, Mr. 7 underscore. Monker W. I wonder when we'll meet again. This man that speaks many languages. I don't fucking know, man. It's weird. He's a bit strange. I don't know. I don't know what's up with him. He just randomly shows up every now and then. And speaks all sorts of languages. I don't know, man. It's kind of scary, to be honest. Oh, good thing he's gone though now. Good thing he's gone though now. I don't know what he was plotting. Pick up all collect. Oh, that's right. That was someone gave me that quest. Speak too fluently. Oh, that's still pretty good. I at least speak one fluently, which is Danish.
Wanda coming back shows you how fluid these end-of-world situations.
What the fuck, man? Time to watch the VOD from last time we played this to figure out what the hell happened. Oh my god, he's still here. I thought he left. The 7 guy's still here. I have an odd suspicion it didn't save. It feels like we've done this before. The emo kit thing?
Good girl, Charlie. Aw, who is a good kitty?
Purr. We use it almost every day. I mean, that's the same with me in Danish. I don't know. I mean, I can speak Danish, but typing it, oh, that's just a mess, man. All the Danish words are so complicated and confusing.
We've been through a lot as a team, but we've come a long way.
Are you going to the meeting?
Yes, I'll meet you there.
Who named the cat type of wood? Ebony? Good question. Ebony. It was her, I think. Agatha?
Hunter, hello.
I think it's her cat. Pretty
Good
damn
day.
good for not speaking it fluently. Thank you, my good sir. Yeah. And I think streaming has something to do with that. Streaming in English for so long. I think that might have something to do with it. I mean, that's also the thing I was the best at in school. I was better at English than Danish back in school. You speak it fluently.
Robbie won't stop gushing about Johnny Blaze, and you know what? It's a refreshing emotion.
Oh, we know it did say what we did last time, because you have Blade and Wolverine about to level up. So it did save. Wait, what the fuck is still left to do in the emo kit thing then? I guess we're gonna find out. Ghost Rider. You screw up with English your entire life. Bog. Nice. Fast and easy way to learn English.
Are you prepared for tonight's meeting?
I am more than prepared. I am the Sorcerer Supreme. But yes, I am ready.
The funny two Batman kissing X-Men. What? Huh?
Are you heading to the meeting?
Soon.
What? What did I just read? Excuse me? Batman kissing
Glad
X-Men.
Robbie got a taste of what it's like to work.
Who's
alongside
Batman in
a
this
light-hearted
scenario?
hero. About the emo kids meeting, there's a problem.
Wolverine, oh.
Wanda asked to run the show. Everyone was fine with it until caretakers showed up.
Feels like we already did this, didn't we?
This was a mistake. I shouldn't have brought it up.
I disagree.
Emo
Feel
L.
sound.
Whoa.
We must know the
How
truth.
dare you say
Wanda
that to the
already
emo
took
kids?
Agatha from me. I'll be damned if I let her take my child.
The one standing behind you?
Ah, damn it.
Yeah, we did you just before. Oh.
I didn't mean for you to hear that.
I understand why you said it. What is this about?
It's not worth your time to know.
Please, tell me.
Wanda says there is more to your death than what we saw. She claims she can reveal the true manner of your death.
Wanda has never kept me in the dark the way you do.
I've been trying to fix that. Why can't you give me a chance?
Why not give Wanda a chance?
Listen to her if you must. But if you proceed with the ritual, I can't lose you, Hunter. Not again.
What the hell, man? Hold on. What? It didn't save what we did last time? I guess not. I didn't make a manual save. What? That's weird. Okay.
I didn't mean for this to happen. I just wanted to help.
How?
I spoke with Doctor Strange about your visions. That got
How
me
much have you missed?
the last
A
meeting,
decent amount.
specifically the moment of your death.
As you can see,
I don't think
we have
that's where your
Scarlet
life
Witch
ended.
back.
The last time we did this, something felt off.
Good, you felt it too. There is a subtle magic at play. It clouds your perception, distracts.
Yeah, we
from
got
what is real.
Wanda back.
Why are you so certain?
I've felt it twice before. Most recently, when I was under Lilith's influence.
Lilith.
And the first time?
When I killed Agatha. I had no warning I'd lost control until it was
Envy
over.
explored all of the Abbey
Lilith
too.
masked the danger from
Exactly.
me. From
What that
her.
guy said.
It was not your fault.
No matter what Ileana wants to believe, I am responsible for Agatha's death.
It's
I can never
it
make
does
up to
it
my
really?
sons,
Oh
to
my
Sarah,
god.
to you.
I
will
say
do
it
everything
in
I
the
can to
exact
make
way,
things
in the
right.
exact same tone every
My
time.
magic works by creating what I most desire. It can also strip what
That's
is
amazing.
illusion from what is real. You deserve to know what truly happened. Please, allow me to help you.
Go ahead.
I am ready to proceed.
All right.
But we also
What is your
explored all of
last
the Abbey
memory
now.
Before your death.
Lilith trapped me with the Darkhold.
And the best thing happened last time.
I could not move.
Which I'll
Then
explain
I
when the
shall
cutscene's
remove
over.
the veil. And now, your death is revealed. What do you see?
Lilith approaches.
Lilith!
Never seen her so determined.
And now, child, you shall be free.
Still creepy.
Indeed.
I cannot move. Yet I hear myself shout.
What the?
My body lurches toward. None of it my doing.
Doctor.
Lilith struggles against her own limbs, but cannot control them. My hand reaches for
The
the
casual
Darkhold.
doctor.
I
from
see
Neck.
fear blossom in my mother's eyes. I touch the Darkhold.
No! Stay
Pain
back!
washes over us both. The world flares white. And then, there is nothing.
Okay, what is with that voice?
And who directed the hunter's movements?
Someone who could hold Lilith in place.
Jesus Christ.
That's alarming.
Double
Sorry.
flashbang.
There's nothing more. That's when the hunter died.
Don't apologize. You showed us what we could not see.
Why is there still water sound here? It's as if he's sitting at the pool. But the best thing happened last time we played this. We made someone all witch. We made Nico all witch. Because she's max friendship level. And during the cutscenes, she was like, "You count on me. I'm your witch." That's the best thing that's happened this whole game. Why is Nico a witch? Because she's a blood magic witch. It's just blood magic, which makes her a witch. Can you not spin her? Oh, yeah, you're spinning here.
I don't know what to think. Was someone else there and did they kill Lilith?
Lilith.
Those are difficult questions to answer.
At least we know to ask them. Hey, we'll get to the bottom of this. We're emo kids. We can do anything.
What emo kids?
Another meeting completed. You heading out?
Yup.
That is it for me.
The last meeting of emo kids.
Yeah,
Should
we
get
did
another
do this
t-shirt?
last time.
I kind of want
Because I remember being sad about
maybe a
this.
pin.
That this was the last meeting.
I'll figure it out. Thanks for letting us root around in your past, Hunter.
Yeah, now Scarlet Witch got the emo kid outfit too. Lilith. Exactly. Lilith. What that guy said. Wait, so was that the last thing, or do I still have more stockpiled up? No, it's just a book club now. I have it stockpiled. Right, I gotta talk to Captain America.
Johnny Blaze's allegiance to our cause.
What's Captain
was not
America?
fought. Stubborn as he is, the Ghost Rider
He's hanging out with Mexican Iron Man.
The Midnight Sun. Awesome. Thanks, Hunter.
No problem. Thanks for the key. Why? Oh yeah, it's still saying I have something new here, so that's still there. Awesome, Fang Horn. Horn. What in the... Oh yeah, I thought about that last time, making his hair white. Would Jesus have white hair? He just looks like Santa. Well, now we just sleep, really. But yeah, and as you can see, we've done everything in the Abbey. Very much.
Wanda's return
Got all
is
these
not
fancy
far,
abilities.
Although Sarah might feel differently.
Let's sleep. It's dying of something. What's happening to it? Too much Pokemon Go? But wait, what do you say about Pokemon Go? There's 7 electric Pokemons? What, in your area right now? What the? Also, DM from Wolverine. You're getting free frames on Pokemon Go. Holy shit, man. What the fuck? And then, wait, didn't you get like a new phone recently too? Wonka W. Pokemon Go too demanding. Oh, Electric. That's the name of a Pokemon. Oh, I gotcha. Wait, hold on. Let's check the gift shop first before I hang out with him. Oh, go.
Who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
Pokemon. What in the... Oh, I leveled up my doggo friendship. Hey. Serenity, calming your inner demon. Is that demon inside you talking to you, taking control? Well, fight back with the vengeance with the tips inside these pages. 19th century Russian proteins in Russia. I already have that, didn't I? Runaways #1. What if you discovered your parents were supervillains? This issue kicks off the Runaways. Really acclaimed series of a group of teenagers trying to do right but the parents wronged. That's a new one at least. But yeah, also, I wonder how that's gonna get integrated into my campaign. Like, yeah, the Deadpool DLC came out like what, last week? So wonder how we're gonna get him, how we're gonna recruit him, how we're gonna find him. I guess we'll see. For now, let's hang out with Wolverine.
I just wanted to say I appreciate you leaning on me out there in the field, but I feel you deserve fair warning. Associating with me too much can be hazardous to your health.
Hazardous? What do you mean?
Charlie.
I mean Sabretooth. He's killed everyone I've ever been close to. Girlfriends, co-workers, casual pals. He even killed my mail carrier.
Hot. I'm not scared, Sabretooth. That must have been hard.
You have faced many hardships, and yet you have overcome them all.
I don't like to dwell on the past.
Same.
Nothing scares me much these days, except getting close to people. Because when I get close to someone, bad things tend to happen to them. So, I guess what I'm saying is, thanks for being a pal. And watch your back.
You said, who's a good dog? My doggo. My doggo Charlie. I didn't even get anything cool from that.
I'm not sure I believe Johnny Blaze when he says he'll show up when we need him. But I'm happy to be wrong.
Buy and sell resources. Sure.
Hey, Hunter. Initiating struggle vision. What can I say except you're welcome?
Witchfire. I mean, get it again, then I can upgrade it, I guess. 10% chance to apply stun.
How long did you say you were exposed to?
I just hope you brought me something interesting.
Apple!
Thank you, Hunter. This will do nicely.
Ah, there's a really good way to say good girl. Good girl, Charlie.
Farewell.
Hey, that's the DM from Blade that I was waiting for. Please don't send me a DM just for you to kill me. Please don't murder me, Blade. It's great training with you, Hana. You really put the work in. You need to change things up with your training. Tell me when you're ready to talk privately.
Thought it might be nice to get away from the others and not talk for a change.
So we are going to fight again?
Not exactly. You've proven you can handle yourself with a sword, Hunter. But a warrior's greatest weapon is their mind. Yoga requires discipline, balance, and control. 3 things I'm hoping you've got in spades. How about we grab a couple of mats and find out?
Yoga off it is then. I want to say that, but I feel like he's gonna hate it. Yoga off it is then.
Agatha instructed me in multiple postures from the original sutras themselves. I would be happy to show you a few techniques.
Well, I
But
didn't
he
exactly
liked that.
learn my asanas from the
He didn't
ball,
even
Hunter.
say yoga off.
Okay, Blade, let us do this.
Was hoping you'd say
What?
that.
But he didn't
Now
even
sit
say
down,
yoga off.
relax, empty your mind.
What was the point of that option?
Or as Magic likes to say, pretend you're Robbie.
What? I'm friendship level 2 with him? When did level 1 happen? When did friendship level 1 happen? Woo, Blade. remember when we got him to 1. Witchfire. Oh, I already have a buffed up Witchfire. Oh, we need like a double up to crack this guy. I don't think you can get crack this guy. Intel cache, upgrade, new combat item. So now, oh god, this is such an annoying sound. Right, now we can decide what do we want to do. Do we just want to like do side stuff? So that way we can level up some friendships with more people? What do we just do? Or do we want to finish the game? We want to finish the game. Alright, so we don't want to like level up some friendships. I mean, I already have the one that I wanted, which was Ghost Rider. You want friendship moments, okay? I feel like you probably want Blade, don't you? Because we already have Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider.
All taken care of.
What in the fuck? Hell's Fury, while in hand, and this gains plus 31 damage the next time Ghost Rider is damaged by an attack. Ghost Rider ability. Ghost Rider and Moon Knight lure Shadow Knight. Sounds like the beginning of a joke.
What's new, Hunter? Let's crunch the numbers.
Scooby,
Really good intel
indeed.
here. We've got a lot to go on.
Indeed, because what do? Do we actually want to finish the game, or do we want to come best butts with some other people
Who are we
first?
sending on an op?
Finish the game? Question mark feels weird, man. Am I in the right stream? Mod check? Oh, just checking. Am I on the right stream? What is this? Are you finishing games? What? That can't be right.
That doesn't sound so bad.
Actually, it's fake Leo.
Pick a bad guy.
Wait,
See you soon.
that magic moment, like way early on in the game, beginning of the game almost, that was a really nice moment. Maybe we could get some more of that. Oh wait, I forgot. Mexican Iron Man wanted to talk. Behind the right stream, mod check? Hold on a second.
Johnny Blaze, how do you sleep at night?
Is there a problem?
Close my eyes.
No, I'm literally asking how you manage to sleep at night. Here, at the Abbey.
What keeps you awake?
The roar of the ocean, winds moaning through the rafters, the little girl in the tattered dress who croaks, "I know what you did," from my bedside mirror.
I know that goes.
Ah, you mean Prudence. She says that if you do not wash your hands after using the restroom.
I get the sense you aren't taking this seriously.
He doesn't like
I
that.
get the sense you are not taking your personal hygiene seriously.
Oh, you want
I'm
me to
sorry,
believe this is
Mexican Iron
strange,
Man.
don't you? No, no way. I can figure this out on my own. Think, Tony. Think. What if I slept in the suit? Turn the sound dampeners on? Set it to vibrate if there's an emergency? Huh.
Have a bottle of coffee at 5 in the morning. Well, that's one way to wake up. Oh no. Captain Marvel wants to talk. Needs help.
Hey, can I ask a
Yo,
favor?
this gives me money. What do you think? Is it just a job or does style matter? I mean, how come we're not all just wearing camouflage? I'd wear a brown sack into battle if it gave me an advantage. Style matters little to me. I believe you can crush skulls and look good doing it. I mean, this one gives me money, so I'm gonna pick that.
Thanks, Hunter.
Thanks for the money. Well, you haven't fucking slept. Oh, rip. The death's been up for too long. Hey, doggo. This way. You know, camouflage is literally good. She should know. Night Shift Spider-Man. This one. Yeah, it's good, but I mean, you can't go wrong with the classics. Can't go wrong with the classics. Hell's Fury. On one hand, this gains the next time goes right as hurt. Do I want that? I don't know what I would replace it with though. That one looks nice. I like the purple. Not gonna use it though. Not gonna use it though. Ah, well, oh wait, no, I gotta upgrade this ability thing and then let's see what happens.
Let's do this. Caretaker said
You attack the nearest ally
so I guess I'm letting you choose for me too.
What does Hell Fury do upgraded? Just what damage? Yeah, actually that's worth it.
Constant innovation. That's the Stark promise.
And removed the VAP badge on your screen. It did that for me too. In my Twitch chat, he also lets you VAP badge for a second. It does that sometimes. Increases size. Skylar Witch's area abilities with 40% of 220. Is Twitch okay?
Chaos Magic's power grows.
No, I don't think they've been okay for the past couple of days, because...
I still say we should have built a fire.
Well, was it yesterday or the day before, where like throughout the whole day it was just like, welcome to the chat room, welcome to the chat room, welcome to the chat room. Millions of drama on Twitter? No. No. Not at all. Only thing I use Twitter for is for DVD and PlayStation. And just to tweet when I go live. Oh. A man of culture. Deadpool mission. Just doing weird things, yeah. At this point that he's just fucking around, I think. At this point he's just messing around with Twitter, just doing whatever. Throwing darts at the dartboard to decide what he's gonna do today with Twitter. But also, what are we gonna do? This is our next story mission. It involves Ghost Rider. But yeah, we could do side stuff and level up friendships with people. Or we could do the Deadpool mission and get Deadpool. Can't we do that? I kind of want to do that. Shall we go recruit Deadpool? I mean, at the same time, when doing the Deadpool stuff, I'm pretty sure we'll level up friendships as well. You have to do that from like the 2018 YouTube challenge era. Yeah, that's basically what he's doing. Whatever the dot lands on, that's well, it looks like that's what I'm doing today with Twitter. Oh well. Oh well. Do we have a dot board to help us decide what we're gonna do? Yeah, let's just do the Deadpool stuff, shall we? Mercenary, Mutant, Midnight Sun, a new supernatural affairs rising. Who better to face it than... Okay, well, anyone other than Deadpool. Well, he's handy in a fight, and he might have leads we could use, making contact as a priority. Let's do it. Why is she here?
New York. Is there a problem? Another one?
Central's picking up some unusual activity at the New York Museum of Art. Looks like a break-in. It's all stolen artwork, recently recovered from the personal collection of... Deadpool?
That Harlequin is an art thief?
No. Red Skull is the art thief. Deadpool is more of a... kinda like... You really need to see for yourself.
He's a comedian. Just like us. A true jokester. The breaking for some reason. Oh, I guess the connection's not stable. But I'm going in alone. I can't even bring my witch with me. Jesus will handle this on his own. Jesus, walk. It's bottle. Okay. Thanks, magic.
Good luck, kiddo. You're going to need it.
Caretaker, are you sitting in with Carol?
Oh, no. Not if Deadpool's involved.
He cannot be that bad.
Just wait.
Jesus, walk should be in emote. Oh, it is. Yep, already ahead of you. Already way ahead of you, Def. Already is a thing.
Any intel on our museum thief? Let me guess. Captain Mayo in the archives with a candlestick.
Hydra Mystic in the warehouse. No candles. Whatever Hydra is looking for, it seems they have yet to find it.
Just don't let them find you.
Oh, hi. It's him, it's that guy.
You the new guy?
Huh?
Sorry, the new fully customizable, heroically upgradable monster mash. Wisecracking anti-hero. Merc, very occasional hero. Whatever. I'm adaptable. Spin me off, it's a big franchise.
Stop talking.
Are you here for the statue too?
What statue?
The one my very mysterious and very scary client from somewhere in very Eastern Europe wants me to steal back from the guy who stole it from him? It's the Circle of Crime.
That one?
Well, Jimmy, my frickin' chungus.
Who's Deadpool talking to, huh?
That one. Hands up and pants down, ladies and gents. This is a robbery. I'm
Talking to
sorry.
you.
Have we met? Aren't you Sloth? No, Sylvia. Cindy?
Please kill him.
Sin! That's it. Of course, Sin. Granddaughter of Redhead. Skull. Scout. Whatever.
No.
Hello, I'm here too. Jesus is here too. Ah, when did this happen? Why don't tell me?
You never see seem to have much luck with these stealth approaches.
Yeah, Mal.
I have yet to
Jesus walked
participate
in the
in
thing
one
for
that
like a
was
few weeks
actually
now, I think.
quiet.
Quiet is boring. I'm almost never quiet, and things go not terrible for me sometimes.
Try not to get wiped out by Hydra flunkies while you're mouthing off.
What does all your
Not
stuff
dying
do,
is
sir?
actually a key part of my strategy.
Red Skull has a fucking granddaughter, huh? I don't know how I would know who that happened. Is he even human? I thought he was like Ghost Rider or something. Demon. A demon.
It's about
Jesus.
Why is that so fun?
Death from above, 73. There's definitely demon and human
I
couples.
saw a move like that once.
Definitely. Because I think it was yesterday the Gov told me that Nico, she's in a show called The Runaways, and in that show Nico has a girlfriend that's half alien, half human. So yeah, it's definitely possible that a demon and a human could be a couple, could have a relationship there in this universe. Definitely possible. You know, pretty normal things, right?
Step right up. Test your strength.
Clap, clap, clap. Death by confetti. Clap, clap, clap.
Hail that.
Gonna pull back all the demons to hell. Yes, do it quick. Before they befriend all the humans. Ah, pretty good.
That just healed yesterday.
Literally, the story will end. Yeah, if you do that, then we got no one to fight.
No one will touch you.
I'd love to hear who hired you to steal that artifact if you're feeling chatty, and I
145
know you
damage.
are.
Wait, you aren't the usual lady in my ear. Who is this?
Draw one card.
Carol Danvers?
Why
Carol.
is that name so familiar?
I'm Captain Marvel.
It's finally happening.
Always happy to meet my fans.
Don't worry, they're just sleeping.
Oh, the only thing the buff does is make that to have a bigger area effect. Buff yourself.
That unicorn is pissed.
If all cats are hand critical, all cats are critical, draw into the next 2 turns. I don't have any quick cards. Let's see.
Send reinforcements!
Allow me!
And he saw the demon power completely gone. Wait, what? No, wait, okay, I didn't think about that. The Ghost Rider won't be Ghost Rider anymore, no. We wanna keep him. Wanna keep our precious Ghost Rider. Wait, do it again from this side. Oh, wait, I can't because I already moved now. And he is just out of reach of that, of course. Well, that's fine. He can take that. How much does that give me? That gives me 2. And then we'll actually be able to do the Omega combos. Yeah, maybe we should actually do this. Omega buff.
Welcome assistance.
325 damage. Well, just see you later, dude. Fucking rip. Rip boso, as they say.
Try that more often.
With the stupid fire, whatever, demon. I read a little bit a trivia or lore, whatever we're gonna call it, about this newest Ghost Rider. And apparently, in the trunk of his car, like the newest Ghost Rider's car, in the trunk of his car, there's a there's a gateway to hell in the back of his trunk, and I'm just like, oh, what? Well, okay, this just sounds normal. This is so random. Exactly, I'm just like, what? Excuse me? It's a portable gateway to hell in the in the back of his trunk of his Ghost Rider car. I was just like, okay, sure, if you say so. Like, huh?
I'm gonna stab you so bad for that!
They're hoping to wear me down.
Regroup and await reinforcements.
Huh? How long is this?
I need to stop taking
Failed to get
jobs
to
from
them.
mysterious internet strangers. This could have been dangerous.
This internet seems like nothing but trouble.
But there are so many adorable puppy videos, not to mention all the not safe for work stuff. Grrr.
What is...
Don't even ask, Hunter.
This dialogue. Just internet seems like a lot of trouble. Draw one card. Yeah.
With extreme prejudice.
That's supposed to be the ghost bike. Exactly. Then I also read that that the car that the newest Ghost Rider is driving is the car is apparently haunted by the spirit of a serial killer, which is apparently his uncle. Which I was also just like, huh? What? Okay. Huh? Why? Sure, I guess. Whatever you say, Marvel. Sure. Sure.
Insert catchphrase here.
I don't know. Can I get the last? No, the area isn't wide enough. Exactly. It's just like, sure. Sure, Marvel. That makes sense. That newest Ghost Rider's car is haunted by the spirit of a serial killer that happens to be his uncle. Whatever works for you. Whatever works for you, Marvel. You do you.
To you, evildoer.
Is it wide enough now? It's still not wide enough. Come on, man. Just about not wide enough. Well, they're all going for Hunter. Both of these make me vulnerable. Yeah. I'm gonna redraw this. Holy spark. Yeah, do that.
Weak, even for Hydra.
Another card that we can get rid of. Actually, I think we should be okay. Just do it. End the turn here, and then we can get them both next turn. Although it's probably gonna set reinforcements now, isn't it? Yeah, how many though?
People will do anything for health insurance these days.
Wait, how much health do those guys have? Okay, they're one shots.
How'd you even manage to find this place? Been tracking Hydra long?
You're information here. I'm slightly aroused.
What?
The one time I sit in for Caretaker, this is what I get. A lunatic pervert mercenary.
Lunatic pervert mercenary? That's my favorite anime.
What? Excuse me? Can Def confirm that's an extra anime?
I'm gonna get you.
What?
They cannot possibly match your strength.
He said lunatic perverted maniac. That's my favorite anime. That's what Deadpool said.
Insanely annoying.
No, that's not an anime. Okay, thank you.
Fight.
Of course not. I mean, you never know. I mean, it's the guy he knocked in the box.
Step away from the artifact.
Click.
Did you just say click?
Yes, I did. For emphasis. Now hand over the statue.
Fool. Do you know what?
Monologue-free zone here. It's in my contract. Sorry. Now, respect the click and hand over the... Whoa. Big click energy. I like it. Want to help me kill some Nazis?
Hydra aren't Nazis.
Potato frittata.
That Indiana Jones reference?
What they have
What?
outlives their usefulness to me.
Wait, what's happening? Why did everything go dark?
See? I had your back.
Right. Where is Sin? And the statue?
The level designer says she went that way.
Why betray her own people?
Maybe she appreciates a plot twist? You first. Is this a mole man thing? Please let this be a mole man thing. Cause you know I'm the biggest mole man fan. Uh-oh.
Oh my vampires. Defeat Vampirius? Vampires can attack and infect hero cards and strength bleeding on the hero when the cast play. And can grow stronger when the hero suffers bleeding damage. Shut up, Deadpool. Fucking level the shots.
Have escaped with the artifact.
Is this like one of those monkey's paw things? I say mole man, and the universe gives us off-brand vampires?
They're vampires with a Y. It's a whole... Don't ask.
Wasn't gonna. So, is there some special way to dust these critters?
Beat them before they eat you?
Bet you can't guess how many times I've heard that.
What? I'm gonna fight the leader of the gym? What, are you gonna fight a gym leader from your house at Pokemon Go? What in the... You can do that from your house? Do these two have the same amount of... Yeah. 106 damage. And they have 106 health? How convenient. Holy explosion.
You were too weak for this fight.
Yeah, what the fuck? I didn't know you could do that from your house? That's sick.
Your mother abandoned.
You wouldn't even have to go out for that. I thought that was the whole point of Pokemon Go. To make you go outside. In the real world, Monka W. Oh, well, that was quick. That was short-lived.
Sorry, babe. It's not you, it's me.
We can kill them all but one. Pretty good.
It's about time.
We can do 90 damage to that. Actually, never mind. We can't kill that thing. Might be a little overkill, but we're gonna do 238 damage to it.
Feel my call.
These vampires
That was
are a
fast.
problem. At least we know how to handle them.
7 enemies killed on one turn.
Without that statue, not even a sparkly hole can cheer me up.
Is this about your very scary client again?
When he finds out how royally I botched this mission, or worse, when he finds me, I'll be...
Deader pool?
There it is! You go, new guy! And by that, I still obviously mean the new, fully customizable...
Come back with us to the Abbey.
No.
The magical
No.
wards will protect you.
No. Hell no.
You can hide there. Help us track down Sin.
No.
Fight off the vampire infestation.
If you insist. Look, Ma, I'm gonna be DLC!
He called himself DLC. What the fuck? Deadpool. If the fourth wall break a Deadpool. So goofy. You wanna become best buds with Deadpool? exploit scene. No. Yo. Talk to Deadpool. I mean, he's still wearing his
Blaze will
mask.
come around eventually.
Why do you still have your mask on?
Thanks, Hunter. You're literally a lifesaver. I'll just lie low until my job is done.
Does your job always require you to steal art?
If that's what the client wants, sure. Most of the time, it's making people sleep forever.
No.
The forbidden nap, if you will. Mercenary work is a grab bag of awful stuff, and it rules.
You know what Deadpool looks like? Yeah, I know. He looks like Ryan Reynolds. Right? Yes? A living.
Well, it is certainly a way to make a life for yourself.
It's not all sunshine and kittens, unless the job is at an animal shelter.
You hurt small creatures?
No, I only hurt people. Puppies have never done anything wrong.
Hurting people does not bother you?
I don't get paid to be bothered. I get paid to be cool and steal priceless artifacts.
The statue being one of them?
Stealing things isn't my usual jam, but money talks, and I sure love listening.
Can you tell me more about the statue?
Do I look like some sort of artsy-fartsy hipster to you?
Yes.
I am wondering why it was important to you.
Because looking at it made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
Wait, I do know what he looks like. He looks like a messed up meatball. But you don't like art.
You just said you are not a fan of art.
Are you gaslighting me right now?
What the?
You are avoiding my question.
My client is a fan of art. That's good enough for me.
So, you will not tell me who you work for?
Not unless I want to be on the receiving end of his punishment. Normally, I'd be into that, but he's too scary.
Scary how?
So scary that I took a magical portal to a stranger's house in order to stay away from him.
Good point.
You are welcome to stay at the Abbey for as long as you need.
I'm gonna leave a Deadpool-sized impression on the couch. That's where I'm headed, unless you still want my attention.
Actually, I'd like to know more about you. No.
I have questions, if you do not mind.
Sounds like somebody hasn't looked me up on the internet. Shoot.
What did you say about DLC? Oh. Do you ever take your mask off?
How come I have never seen you without the mask?
It's physically glued to my face. If I try and remove it, my skin peels off like gum stuck on the bottom of a shoe.
That sounds unpleasant.
The mask helps hide what's going on under here. It ain't pretty, and I don't want to make people barf just by looking at me. That's not as fun. Or I can be honest and say there wasn't the budget for it. You pick whichever one sounds better.
I find it hard to believe you are ugly.
Hey now, I never called myself ugly. This is to protect the softies who can't handle what peak male hotness looks like.
I believe it. Didn't have the budget to model his face. What's your power?
What is your special ability? I have not seen it yet.
Just because I can't shoot lasers or pick up and yeet a bus doesn't
Yeet
mean my
a
power
bus,
is
he
invisible.
says.
Wait, unless I can turn invisible now. Hold on, let me try. Nope, still only got my super regeneration.
Regeneration? You are able to heal quickly?
My healing factor can basically bring me back from anything. No hand, no body, no prob. My cells are always regenerating.
That is incredible.
Makes the life of a merc a lot easier when you literally can't die. Sounds good on a business card, too.
Exactly. They couldn't get the rights to Ryan Reynolds' face. Didn't quite have the budget for that. Unlucky. You both fight with two blades.
Can you tell me more about your katanas?
Oh, the girls? I'm so glad you asked. They never get any attention. Guns are so impersonal. I like using the old hack and slash approach with these puppies.
I also use swords. Using them takes much skill and strength.
I might not look it, Hunter, but I'm as skilled as hell swordsman. We should dance sometime.
With our swords or with each other?
Both.
Oh. No, I'm down. What's with the name?
Can you tell me about how you got the name Deadpool?
My mouth is special, Hunter. I say all kinds of
Wait,
words.
did he say
That's
Deadpool?
kind of my shtick.
But the subtitle said
I do
Merc
not
with a mouth.
understand. We all have mouths. What does it mean?
It means I talk a lot, hence Merc with a mouth. I crack jokes and break the fourth wall so much that I may as well be the Kool-Aid Man.
What the fuck? I may as well be the Kool-Aid Man, he says. Aight. The type of guy to be a guest on this game. I could see it. But, like Deadpool said, they probably didn't have the budget for that. He's breaking the fifth wall at this point. Yeah, you're not wrong. Fucking Kool-Aid Man Deadpool. Where you before?
Who were you before becoming Deadpool?
I was just a normal dude, except I had terminal cancer. Then I went through an experiment that was supposed to cure me, but surprise, it didn't. Instead of dying, I got the diagnosis of living forever because of a big oopsie done by bad people who turned Wade Wilson into this guy.
Wade Wilson?
Oops, that's me. Well, before all that crap.
It sounds like you have dealt with a lot, Wade.
Don't even think about it. I have a badass superhero name for a reason.
Monka is here. It's the Gov. He's still here. What did you say about DLC?
Before we came to the Abbey, you said you were going to be DLC. What does that mean?
Deadpool living comfortably. But
Oh
you
my
know
God.
what it means.
What?
What?
Indeed, I do know what it means. I do know what it truly means. We all do. Exactly, it's a Leo clone. We all know the real Leo is over playing the DBD. Huh? Who's he talking to? What? Huh? Who's he talking to? What's going on here? It's that moment when you leak your name. Paul Mr. Wade.
I misspoke. Talk later, Deadpool.
Stringing me along? How cruel.
It still says something new. What kind of outfits do you have, Mr. Deadpool? Deadpool the kid. Yo, I can make him a cowboy. That's sick. X-Force. I like the cowboy one.
I like those colors before they were cool.
Thanks, Nico. Sure. I'd read the cameraman? This isn't a new TV show, is it? That's a video game, right?
Nico says I'm Pan.
Heroes lose their way. It happens. The only thing that matters is that Johnny Blaze found his path again. And he's going to do the right thing.
Robbie won't stop gushing about Johnny Blaze. And you know what? It's a refreshing emotion.
Well, I guess we just go to bed, right?
Hey, look who's awake.
Yeah, I guess we just go to bed. Oh, wait, no. What? Captain Marvel wants to talk.
Heads up, Hunter.
Why do you want to talk?
I'm tracking a new threat. What's ugly, hungry, and dead all over.
Vampires.
Yes, but an entirely new breed. Nothing I've seen before.
Fuck Captain Marvel. Buying vampire babies?
Les Enfants Terribles are surprisingly strong for their stature. Their wings are silent, and their tiny claws can cut right through flesh and bone.
Ugh, no. No creepy toddler vampires.
Thank goodness. Their dead eyes and hollow weeping are unforgettable.
I'm happy to live my life without knowing any more details. The new breed I'm tracking are, they're vampires.
I see. No, I do not. You already said they were vampires.
Vampires with a Y? Pronounced exactly the same as vampires. I suppose that was wildly creative for the 16th century monks who first cataloged them.
No, it is just confusing.
That's why I'm calling them new breed vampires, to set them apart. I'll flag anything related to these latest bloodsuckers and send it directly to the mirror table.
Carol, you are...
The best. Yeah, I know.
What? No, that's not what he was gonna say. Ow! You still want to
The
talk?
team encountered some new breed vampires up close. Your thoughts?
Marble.
As Nico says,
Marble.
I am not a fan.
Right there with
You cocky piece of
Sin's
shit up.
involvement concerns me.
Same. I'm still not clear on why some Hydra forces left with her, and others served as vampire food.
Agreed.
Johnny,
Hydra is
please.
involved with the vampires. It is not yet clear how.
Don't worry. I'm gathering all the intel you'll need. Soon enough, we'll kick the new breed back into whatever hell they crawled out of.
What makes the new breed vampires different from the usual vampires?
How do classic vampires differ from new breed
Yeah,
vampires?
we did just start the DLC.
These Zoomer vampires are more outgoing.
Zoomer
Don't attach and
vampires?
Don't seem to care if anyone notices them.
What would you call them?
They have similar weaknesses. Sunlight still kills them, but not everything lines up. No need to invite them in. They're happy to smash through the door. Oh, and while they don't turn people into vampires, they can infect classic vampires who then serve as portable hemolisks for the new breed.
Who is Sin?
What do we know about Sin?
The icon of Sin.
Apparently, she's a
Uncle
vampire.
W.
A vamp classic, not the new breed. That was news to me. Before that, S.H.I.E.L.D. knew her as a decently competent Hydra luminary. Sin always got a ton of leeway because she's Red Skull's grandkid.
Red Skull?
The yin to Steve's yang. Founded Hydra, fought on the wrong side of World War II, and had a nasty itch for world domination.
Do you think Sin could be working for my mother?
Mother.
She and Faustus used to fight like a sack of rats. Whatever her game is, Hydra as a whole doesn't seem to be a part of it.
Mother. I should go.
Thanks, Carol.
Catch you later.
You still want to talk? No. I should
Thanks.
go.
Catch.
The way she punches that every time.
Mother.
Exactly. I agree. That one's pretty quiet.
I'm not sure I believe Johnny Blaze when he says he'll show up.
King Death likes Captain Marvel. What gave you that idea, I wonder?
Johnny Blaze's allegiance to our cause was hard fought. Stubborn as he is, the Ghost Rider is a powerful ally.
Ghost Rider. They've been
girl,
yapping about Ghost Rider for so long. Like in all the DLCs, trophies. I don't know. I don't really care about that. I don't really care about DLC trophies. This chest respawned. Also, I got something for Deadpool. Royal. What the fuck happened here? What in the hell happened here? Murder Panda? Oh, wow, that's funny. He's supposed to be a panda. I like that. Murder panda, I know, right? But no, I want to be a cowboy instead. Royal, they call me Queen Bee. What? Is that from a song or something? Wasn't that a glitch? Who knows? It'll be a coin flip. It'll be a gamble if we get it or not. Wait, let me turn up the mother sound effect, actually. Up class investigation. Yeah, it's a bit quiet. There you go. Now it should be turned up for next time. Go straight on.
Since Johnny Blaze and Robbie are both Hey, can I ask a
What?
favor?
He may not come right out and say it, but Deadpool really admires you. Gain a friendship level with Deadpool.
Thanks, Hunter.
What an interesting mission. What is that? What is that, Def? Is that a game? What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. We should have a good gift for Spider-Man, shouldn't we? We have that book. Yeah, advanced photography. But he has a name? The IKEA shark has a name? I had no idea. He's called Blowhigh. Blowhigh shark. Tactics of the Ancients. And then also famous battles from antiquity. A book club favorite. Snack box, world grossest candies. Collection of truly. Didn't I already have that? Does he even has a subreddit dedicated to him, the shark? Holy shit, man. I didn't know he was that popular.
I could not have predicted this outcome, but it is intriguing.
You are one card whenever Gamma Core is analyzed.
What have you got for me, boss? I'll make something great out of this. Sometimes, I even impress myself.
Hey, fuckface. Taunt gains 0 resist. Exhaust. All out.
If this thing behind me turns into a giant gateway to ancient Egypt, I'm quitting.
Discard all cards. No hunter cards. Mac dump. Engine voice have damage. Oh hail the IKEA shark.
Don't forget to write.
Praise the almighty IKEA shark.
Keep an eye on. I'm a bit out of sorts. I don't have anything to do at the moment. Am I actually having a bit of downtime?
Seems like it.
I don't know what to do with myself.
Work out. You need a hobby. You know, I want to see that.
You need something to keep your hands occupied. Some kind of hobby.
Well, I am a pretty good cook when I have the time. Putting ingredients in a pot isn't much different than casting a spell.
Just do not confuse the two.
Truer than you might think. Someday I will have to tell you the horrific tale of my last souffle. I barely escaped with my life.
I do not think you will have to wait long for some other crisis to appear.
Yes, I think you are right. I should cherish this time while I have it. For the moment, I will just be.
Praise our Lord and Savior. Low high. Well, that is pretty good. That was the hunter card. I don't think it. I mean, it does seem pretty good, but I don't know. I don't think it. I like the ones I have already. Oh my god, what is that? The fucking 7th raid of the day. But at least this is a real one now. This is a real one. A boss raid. Park. A god gamer raid. So why do I have this? I need my Bladestorm. Wait, I can buff Bladestorm. Oh yeah, that's what we were trying to do like last time, wasn't it? Hello, boss. Appreciate the raid. How did the battlefield go? And the Elden Ringing? Did you get past the... Did you get past the character creation screen? Oh my god. Ah, shit, man. Here we go again. He's fucking back, the Mr. 7 underscore. Oh, this is real too. Oh my god. I don't know if I actually no. I don't. This doesn't seem that good, but I'll get it just because it's called Hey Fuck Face. Fucking Jesus Christ! Well, appreciate it again, Mr. Fucking underscore guy. Jesus. LeBonk. LeChunk. LeChunking.
Ready to work?
Yeah, I need heroic essence, and I can upgrade the Bladestorm. My favorite. Cost 1 less. There's 2 LA Billy KO's counterparts. Oh.
We've got plenty of tricks for old dogs. No excuses here.
Well, you made Giga Chat. Oh shit. You actually managed to make a Giga Chat. Fuck. The Giga Chat's gonna become the next Elden Lord. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Death with the raid now. Round 2, baby. Wait, what is that one we do? Oh, the hero. Well, appreciate the raid, Death. Oh my god.
As requested.
All the raids in the world. Death with the Pokemon Go stream. Buy and sell items and resources shield for credits. I don't know what that means, but okay.
Great. Now we're making progress, people.
Oh, so I can buy a blueprint. And I can sell my intel for credit. Okay.
Got some ops ready for you.
Send Scarlet Witch out again. I want more abilities with her. Yep, Pokemon Go stream. Yep, totally real, legit Pokemon Go stream. Why, are you gonna start exploring next time? You gonna start exploring Elden Ring next time?
Who is a good girl?
Nice.
It is my Charlie girl.
Exploring the big world of Elden Ring. With the Giga Chat himself.
Hunter, hello.
Right now, I think Deadpool just wants to talk.
Did you sleep well?
No.
Oh, sure. I can pass out just about anyway.
Well, I hope the Abbey starts to
I
feel
play
like home for
Pokemon
you
Go
soon.
every day.
You know
P
what they
play
say,
Pokemon Go.
home is where the unresolved
Who
childhood
the hell
trauma
is P?
I'm sure you've got plenty of that.
I embrace it.
Any bad memories I made in the Abbey made me into the person before you.
Really? Nothing
But
about this
really?
place gives you trauma flashbacks.
No.
You liar! You can't fool the king of BS!
I look forward instead of dwelling on the past. The Abbey is a reminder of all parts of me, good and bad.
Well, if you ever have a scary nightmare, you can come sleep with Deadpool, okay? I make a great little spoon. Don't worry about me, I love weird. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to explore all of the Abbey's nooks and crannies in great detail.
As he proceeds sitting there still. Aye.
Can you believe no one wanted to play strip poker with me?
When I look at your face.
A new member to Haze. Don't worry, I'll be gentle.
Today's mystery. The identity of P. Who is this infamous P guy?
Looks like the cat dragged in a new friend for Deadpool.
Can you hear me? Steady.
I am a P.
I am a P. I am the P.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Strip poker Roxas?
Strip poker? Yeah, you want to play some strip poker with Deadpool? Strip poker live on Twitch. Monka Shake. Detonate an explosive with 100% increased damage.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Strip poker with Deadpool seems good, man.
I know, right? That seems like a good time. Other turn, good damage. Yeah, I wanna try this card, but means I gotta get rid of one of these, and I haven't even tried any of these.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Twitch also said to ban you from streaming. Been a good one, boys.
What? What have I done? Excuse me? Hello? Hold on a second. What have I done? Hey, Justin?
Can you hear me? Steady.
No pain.
You support someone who's playing Hogwarts Legacy.
No, I'm not. That game's not even
Not
out.
everyone wants my advice, but they're gonna get it either way.
The Chaos Magic's power grows.
You're lying, Justin. That game's not even out. Can't support anyone playing it if the game's not out.
Can you hear me? Steady.
You know someone who watched Harry Potter.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, that's myself too. I watched Harry Potter. I played the old Harry Potter games.
Steady.
Yeah, Vistica and Leo Vartel strip poker. That banned in Leo.
What the fuck, Justin? Okay, that was actually pretty aight. That was actually pretty aight Danish, Justin. What? What do you mean, Vefen? Excuse me? You don't like strip poker, Justin?
Can you hear me? Steady.
FBI open up.
Oh my god, that was so well synced. Jesus Christ. That was perfect. You could not have gotten that any more perfect. That was spot on. Run the tape back. Someone clip it and run the tape back. Let's do this one because I want the heroic essence so we can upgrade the Bleed Storm. Holy shit!
Holy shit!
Fuck! Lilith! No, we're not gonna hang out with Lilith. We're gonna hang out with Spider-Man.
Can you hear me?
Lilith! I can find him.
Leo Alcara Fulayalabu DVD.
What? DVD? You want me to play DVD? I can play DVD.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Deadpool.
Deadpool. Just Deadpool.
Let's see if you're as good as they say.
Steady.
Lilith.
Lilith.
Think Doctor Strange knows Merlin? I'm still waiting for someone to take this sword.
Where is Spider-Man?
Alive Pool.
Alive Pool. What are you doing, Spider-Man? I want to hang out with you, Spider-Man.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Little Min Lilith.
Lilith. The moist depression. Yeah, I'm sure Spider-Man would like to go there. Oh, yo, it's the Shady Oaks. Nah, let's go on a picnic with Spider-Man. The scenic bridge.
Batman dies at the end of Midnight Suns Lee Extra
I've been here
Passport.
for such a short time, and I feel
right.
like this is a better education than I'm receiving at Empire State.
You attend school?
Yeah, grad school.
Batman was the enemy all along.
Before this, I've had to figure out everything on my own. Here, I have access to 2 whole superhero teams, each with their own way of doing things. It's eye-opening.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Spoilers not like this.
Not like this. I know he just ruined the whole game. You might as well switch to DBD now. He just spoiled the entire ending. There's no point in playing now. Might as well play DBD. You're more than capable.
You are teaching all of us a few new tricks.
And some better smack talk.
Rush fall.
But that's no superpower. It's mostly Queens. So what's your preference?
Shojichi no
I
Shitsumon
heard you
Leo
spent
ko
much
no
of your
genu
life working
Leo
solo.
o Osusumeshi
Is the team
Masuka.
cramping your style?
Watashi wa Shojichi ni Chomigari Masu.
What the fuck? Excuse me? Hello? What is the weep saying? Can someone translate? What did he just say? Huh? Something about Leo.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Hi.
He said hi? Okay, gotcha. Thank you for the translation. I've learned to adapt.
I cannot expect the team to always be there, but I need to support them when they are around.
Superman killed
that's what
Batman
I'm
and
trying to
Robin
do.
in one punch, then
Show off
kisses
the talent when they need
Catwoman.
it.
But plot
And do
Batman
my
isn't
own
dead,
thing
and
when we
he's
don't.
acutely Iron Man,
Wanna
and he
figure it out
shot
together?
Superman and steals
Acutely?
Catwoman back, but we cut to the real Batman with a
Sounds
look of a
good.
killer.
Great. Just
Plus 4.
not an hour before dawn. As he puts it, that's blade time in the yard.
Advanced photography.
We're doing this again, right?
Sure, let's go picnicking again, Spider-Man. Hello. I think we're good now. Yep. What the hell happened, man? You broke it there for a second.
Haley mein Herr.
Mein
En
Herr.
befaller dat speelt zo vol pre. Dat is een Koen single player. Jij
Koen?
taler afreikt pa dansk met Vilja.
Hey, like, you really put dance with video. Well, that's... Thank you. That's good to know. Love the legendary gift. You're asking if I can recommend this game to full price? And is it only single player? 25 plus friendship? Oh my god. Well, it is only single player, yes.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Leo, let's play Minecraft.
Oh no, not the Minecraft again. Monka. The Minecraft incident. What shirt did Spider-Man give me? He gave me a shirt with Ghost Rider on it. Ghost Rider.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Minecraft.
Minecraft. Could you be quiet for a second, Justin? I need to respond to Mr. Junior. Oh my god.
It's Daddy.
The puppy is a Minecraft.
The puppy is a Minecraft. Ask the Gov about it. Ask the Gov about the Minecraft incident. But I mean, yeah, I would recommend this game the full price. But that's probably because... Might be a bit biased because it has Ghost Rider in it. And I like Ghost Rider. And why the fuck is this painting just randomly here? Excuse me? Either way, yeah, it might be a bit biased because I like Ghost Rider. And because it's made by the... It's made by the same people that made XCOM 2. One of my all-time favorite games. Why is this painting here? I don't think it's supposed to be. I mean, I'll definitely recommend it at full price. It's really good. There's a lot of stuff in it too, a lot of content. And if you like Marvel stuff, if you're into superheroes, then you're definitely gonna love this. Creating your own character and becoming best buds with all the superheroes, and then you'll really like it.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
That definitely recommended at full price.
My Twitch is broke.
I believe it. After you going bit crazy.
If you're bored, we can have a sword measuring contest.
Oh my god. I want to have a sword measuring contest. The way he's staring at Deadpool. He's interested, Jesus. The puppy. What, the puppy is a Minecraft?
Daffy loves Captain Marvel. Rahab's lost.
Rahab's lost. Hey, let's do this. Because I want the heroic essence.
Daffy, Keck.
Nice one, Justin. He just gave up on that one. Daffy. Keck. End of message. What? Daffy. Keck. End of message. Do we bring him again? No, because I don't want him to be injured. Since we need him for the next mission. Daffy. Keck. End of message.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Let's bring...
A jolly Daffy smile at G2E kept
Go
smiling.
Shredder. Spider-Man. I know what it is. Bring Blade.
you hear me? Steady.
What is happening? He stopped. He stopped himself. Play to mine with every enemy will bleed.
Can you hear me? Steady.
South 7 by 7 7 C7 6 7 by 7 D7 S7 S7 A7 Q7 7 A7 D7 S7 C7 C7 A7 D7 D7 C7 D7 CC7
CC7. Way to need to back up to the ley line. Oh. Does that hit it? That does hit it. I was gonna say, Junior, do what you gotta do, my good sir.
That's one hell of a move.
77. 777. The infamous 7. Holy shit, this guy's 218 health. Oh, there's another one there. Well, we should probably get rid of these two. Yeah.
That will do.
The South 7 by 7 7 C7 7 by 7
Oh,
P7
Justin,
S7
man.
S7 A7 Q7 7 A7 D7
Poor guy's having a
S7
stroke.
C7 C7 A7 V7 V7 C7 D7 CC7 Q 9 Jaji so
What are you beatboxing now?
Exactly what I needed.
Oh, because this one's on gold. How much does the rock do? 65. 65. 5. We could do the hell right already. The Mon Castillo, the hell. You know what? That could maybe. It would kill 2 of them. Kill that guy. Then we would still have the dog. Why in the universe do I have 7 moves? What in the hell happened with that? Well, even if I do that, it's not
Can you hear me?
gonna. If tone. If target was damaged, his turn plus.
Yeah, Artilbates Heather.
How much does that give me? That gives me 1. And he's weak. Oh my god, he's back. The Danish Junior is back. Leo is hacking. What? No, what makes you say that? Excuse me? Wait, what makes you think I'm hacking? Just because I have 7 moves somehow? I don't know where the hell that came from, but yeah.
Playtime.
See if we can get a quick card with this. There's KO by goes will explode. Oh. Perfect. Shame I can't do that together with the hell right though this turn. I should have learned a little Danish just to talk to Leo. Ratch. Speak the language of the Ratch. Ratch. Yeah, go get rid of the doggo. And then we Munkestia Hell. Even though I probably shouldn't, but I won't. I like how I had moved out of the way but still get hit. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Munkestia Hell, even though I probably shouldn't, but I want to. Nice. 2 HP.
It seems they have brought more friends.
Can you give me another Munkestia of Hell? No. What? Wasn't there 4 of them? Where'd the last one go?
Does their blood tempt your appetite, Blade?
Get rid of the portals. Quick move. Park. Exactly what I wanted.
Watch me.
Get classy.
As they say, it gets the job done.
Got a random card. Well, let me use this first.
Only the innocent are spared.
Good work.
Nice, and then is this enough to kill? If we go over here. Well, thank God it's not enough to kill. Thank God there's a rock next to it that I can throw at it.
Whatever works for you.
Get him, Ghost Rider. Yeah.
Hopefully they learned their lesson, but we all know that's wishful thinking.
That wasn't too bad. Mainly because we had Ghost Rider. The OP Ghost Rider. What the fuck? She like did nothing that whole mission. She did like one thing. Why is it not Ghost Rider on the cover? Tyrant space bow to bow to her will. Well, she did nothing. Come on, man. That was all Ghost Rider. All Ghost Rider, I'm telling you. All him. See, he even came first out the portal. What the fuck's happening to Blade?
Johnny Blaze's allegiance to our cause was
I can hang out with Ghost Rider.
stubborn as he is.
Probably shouldn't do that. Because he's already maxed out. Even though I want to. Level up pending. Who was the other one? Yeah, I guess we'll hang out with Blade. Do we have a gift for him? I don't know. We'll find out.
We still gotta worry about if Johnny Blaze can show up on time and be reasonably lucid.
Fishing? No,
It's
that's
not
me
that
and
I don't
Ghost Rider's
trust
thing.
Blaze.
We're
I
gonna go
just don't typically cotton
stargazing.
to buy-
Gonna go stare at the stars. Where even are we?
Been meaning to ask, when you woke up and saw a half
How
vampire
romantic.
in the Abbey, well, was your first thought about killing me?
Yes.
You had not proven yourself an enemy, so I did not treat you as such.
As long as you think fast, there's a fine line between choosing your target and hesitating. If I become a threat to the rest of you or to the people out in the world, what I'm asking is, if I lost control, would you stop me? Could you do what needs doing?
What are you asking? What are you asking of me, my friend? I promise.
If you are ever a threat to yourself and others, I will treat you like any other vampire.
Good.
He
I
liked
don't know
that.
how Lilith does her thing, but I
Lilith.
refuse to become one of her fallen. If there's ever a question, I want you to know my answer.
I understand.
All right then.
Do we have a gift for him? We might, actually. The unauthorized biography of Captain Marvel. Should we give him that? I mean, for some reason he has a crush on her, so should we give him that? The unauthorized biography of Captain Marvel. Well, no, let's give him this. Tome of Dracula. I mean, yeah.
How'd you know I'm into that?
It's literally about you. Because it's literally about you. What in the universe? The meteor. What the fuck? Did you hear that in Ghost Rider? What was that? Is that a dinosaur? Old lace. What? Why did he give me that? Interesting. Gym rat. Wow, what an orange shirt. When did I get that? Did I just get this? Anyone see where the meteor landed? Where did it land? Yeah, wasn't it just outside the house? And here I thought we were done with Abbey things. Does it say it on the map? Lilith's garden. No. Time to run around. Oh, that's just the music kicking in. Time to run around for the next 5 hours. Trying to figure out where this meteor landed.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
Hello, Psych Chat.
What? Hello, Psych Chat. That's what it sounded like he said. What? Wie ist Dirker Chat? Did you just say rest in peace, chat? Is that what you just said? Yes. Oh my god. Yep. Everyone fell asleep at the same time. Everyone fell asleep at the same time because gameplay happened. Now, I know what will wake them right up. I know what will wake them right up. Watch this. This will wake them right up. Good old DBD. This will wake everyone right up. These are all Twitch streams that's advertising. This guy has a penguin emoji in his title. Oh. Because his name is literally Mr. Penguin. It's a penguin streaming. Watch a DVD stream. Let's watch Mr. Penguin. How does this even work? Broadcast chat isn't moderated by PlayStation. Is the game lagging or is he walking in slow motion? Wait, what's going on right now? Oh, he was just walking in slow motion. Okay. Why is it so quiet? Why am I watching this on? Chat from Twitch viewers will appear here. This is weird, man. This feels strange. Get me back to this.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
Man's going stealthy Giga Trot.
What a true Giga Chat. He went next level stealth. He was so stealthy that it was in slow motion. He was so stealthy I couldn't tell if the game was lagging. Or if he was just very stealthy. Oh, here's the meteor. What the fuck is this?
Does not look
Transformers?
Like one of Stark's machines. It is more alien.
Legendary skin tone green. Mechatron? What the fuck? That's so random. I can be green now. Green Jesus. Are these my eyes? Oh yeah, wait, I completely forgot about the Tony thing. And to read this, you know what I just realized? Wound up back, the New York gang is bigger than ever. New York gang? That's not a thing, kid. You bet it is. We've always been the gang. We sure were, Peter. Cap, don't encourage whatever fantasy this is. Kinda you to consider me a New Yorker. You lived in the Sanctum, didn't you? Next time we're all in town, we should check out this cool pizza place in Greenwich Village. Love to. I'll keep you company. Tony, you're missing out. I'll skip the food poisoning and the bonding experience. I exercise. Thank you very much. Hey boss, can we talk about shop class? I can make some time after the mission. I'll be right away with everything going on, but I can meet you outside your room. This is Tony. Stop by at night when you're free to talk. Oh. Yeah, I should have accepted that before we went on the mission, but whatever. Really forgot about that. I don't think he's gonna be waiting that now. Let's see here though. She's about to level up. Spider-Man's about to level up. Do we have anything for the doctor? What's grossest? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I guess we could hang out with Captain America if we have this. Yeah, and he's also just level 1. But everyone's gone to bed, right? No, not everyone. And Captain America's still awake, so I think we might still be able to hang out with him.
I'm not sure I believe Johnny Blaze when he says he'll show up when we need him.
The buddy's training. We can't hang out with him. What in the... Blah. To bed. We go. Now we can do the next Deadpool mission. Private DM from Magic.
Good girl, Charlie.
Wolf. Yo, my dog gave me money. Thank you. Whose lunch money did you steal? Thank you. We trained you well. Youngsters, Gen C, Generation Alpha, Kid 2 of the future, whatever you call yourself, you know what's cool, right? Do we? Are vampires cooler or campier? The old school vampires, what's the vibe? I don't know, they're both things real. You know what I think? We do not. Vampires live in the moment like nothing matters. Like there's no tomorrow. They don't care if they use each other's toothbrush or take a bite from the last bagel and put it back.
I got 89 bits, but a unicorn named one.
I got 89 bits, but a unicorn ain't one. I believe you. You don't got any unicorns around there? You don't got any unicorns in between those bits? Oh man, what a shame. I wouldn't mind a unicorn.
Can you hear me?
The bite and the bagel.
BITCH.
Whoa! What does that spell? Huh? Huh? What does that spell, Justin? What does that spell? Maybe we can learn something from them. Oddly specific. You do any of that? Possibly a maybe. Maybe we all have inner vampire. And we should listen to it from time to time. Deadpool, your wisecracking anti-hero merc tagline is pretty awesome. If you give me a tagline, what would it be, hypothetically? If I did that, hypothetically, I'd go with naive newcomer with the superpowered dark side. Peter is the relatable heart of gold. Nico is golf boss witch. I expected worse, so thanks, I guess. Am I the other golf witch? You're the dreaded anti-villain action limbo sorceress queen. With a cool sword. I don't completely hate it. Deadpool, well done. That's high praise and magic talk. Speaking of magic, let's hang out with her.
You wanted to speak?
I see you, Hunter. I notice what you've been up to.
And what have I been up to exactly?
Bad things. Very bad things. The worst. You should see the look on your face. I meant that in a good way. You're embracing the darkness more and more every day, owning it, but not letting it own you. And more importantly, you're proving to be quite a good friend.
You're using the F word now. Well, thank God it's not the banned forbidden F word. You're using the F word now?
Ileana, you just used the F word.
I did. You are my friend, and I am yours. Maybe it is your friendship that has made me more comfortable using the term. I do not keep a lot of them, so don't screw it up by defecting to the light side, okay?
The light
Me?
side.
Go to the light side? Never.
For years in this realm, I felt out of place. I was a sorceress who used the darkness within her for the cause of light and life. No one understood me, and most people were terrified. Then I met the Midnight Suns, and they showed me how to make a home in this world. It never felt right for a bad girl like me to fight with the good guys. Until you showed me how.
You've taught me a lot too.
You have shown me a lot too, Ileana.
Perhaps, but I haven't told you everything. My time growing up in Limbo was difficult. The creature who brought me there, his name is Mephisto.
The Prince of Lies? The Great Corruptor? Master of the Realm of Lost Souls?
Blonde hair Lady Pog.
The very
Blonde
same.
hair Lady Pog.
He sought to blacken my soul.
She is
with
pretty
corruption,
Pog, yeah.
forced me
Magic.
to hurt, to
Spelled with a
curse,
G.
to kill. I hate what he did, what he made me do. But without it, I am not the person you know. And I would never have met you. Am I a monster for being grateful it happened as it did?
Of course not.
Of course not.
Why is he angry?
Terrible creature inflicted pain on a friend of mine. Worse, he made her think it was her own fault.
It was my fault.
He was always the monster, Ileana. Never you. That is what I see.
I do not agree. But I trust you. I shall consider what you said, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for listening to me, friend.
Aw, how wholesome. She gave me money. Why'd you give me money? For that. 25% chance to create a portal. If the enemy's knocked back through a portal. Ah. We should get another DM. Yeah, we should get another DM from Spider-Man.
Thanks, Hunter. I needed some R&R.
What's happening, Hunter?
Bowson jelly beans. Freshly mowed grass. Everyone loves the smell of freshly cut grass. Meatophile. Tongues of meat in all forms so the true counters. Who the fuck eats meat? Yeah.
As requested.
Hex Mark. Hex? What are we playing DBD now? Who do we want to rack hard for?
If I had time, I'd take care of these
Wolverine?
myself. But I have been accused of hogging the Ready for some...
You need a legendary blueprint. That's what I
See you
want.
soon.
Hey, there you go. That's the DM from
You
Spider-Man.
Blaze would come around eventually.
Han, I didn't realize at the time how much I enjoyed this gift. You know how to pick them. I usually swing through the Abbey grounds, but I could be persuaded to take the scenic route. I'm persuasive. I'll meet you there.
You know, I've been thinking, Hunter, and have come to the conclusion that we need a theme song.
We do?
Yes. We're practically a two-person team here, and I think this is the natural next step in our friendship. So, you got a favorite genre of music we could put the tune to?
Heavy metal. Classical. How about a television theme song? Why is heavy metal the Satan option? Why is heavy metal the Satan option? The evil option. You listen to heavy metal? Evil. Evil. What an evil person you are. How about some nice classical music, Peter?
My favorite music growing up was Baroque. Bach was all the rage. What Nico would refer to as a rock star with the harpsichord.
Yeah, I think I read about him during the musical appreciation section of art history.
Well, you should listen to him too. He was one of the fathers of modern music and can be a great source of inspiration.
Look, I appreciate classical music and all, but I'm not sure it works for a theme song, though. I was thinking more like, Hunter and Spider-Man! Hunter and Spider-Man! One is a hunter, the other Spider-Man. They are Hunter and Spider-Man! So, what do you think?
I don't know how to tell you how awful that is. Oh my god. No, don't be mean to Spider-Man. Really catchy.
It is quite catchy, Peter. I certainly will not be able to get it out of my head for a great while.
Good, because that's the whole point. We want to be like that song Lilin and Hydra Forces can't get out of their heads no matter how hard they try.
Then you are succeeding.
Cool. I'll work on it some more then. In the meantime, I was wondering, what do you think about that other thing I asked you about?
What other thing?
Me joining the Midnight Suns. You said be the best I can be, and I'm all for that, but I'm too used to working alone. I want to fit in more with the Suns. Any pointers?
You're too good for the Suns. Don't be afraid of your dark side. Don't be afraid of your dark side, but I mean Spider-Man. You're too good for the Suns.
I have been thinking about this, Peter, and I think you might be too good for the ragtag gang of misfits who go by the Midnight Suns.
Too good? Is this your way of letting me down easy?
That is not what I meant.
I consider the Suns to be my friends. Let me be the judge of whether or not I'm too good or not good enough for them.
I stand corrected.
Okay. Thanks for the chat. Till next time.
He also gave me money. What? Why did he give me money too after hanging out? I intend to refund the heroes and costs for an attack. Use the encounter cost. Wait, Nico wants to talk? He was... Spider-Man was the last one we leveled up, I think, right? Yep. Now we just have to wait for the shop class thing. But Mexican Iron Man. By 2 marks to each enemy in an area. Yep. Go with that. Wait, I didn't even look. Yeah, Spider-Man is pretty somewhat close to getting that final level. Yeah, so now these two. Actually, these three right here, the closest one to becoming max. Who wants to talk? Yeah, it's Nico.
Robbie won't stop gushing. Did you have any friends back before you were, you know, encased in a tomb?
A few. Why do you ask?
Nah, just thinking about my time with the Runaways. You ever miss people from your past?
I leave the past where it belongs. Behind me. Okay, Edgelord. Of course.
I do.
Are you talking about Agatha?
Among others.
Makes sense. Sorry, stupid question.
It is not stupid. Are you missing someone?
Yeah, a good friend of mine. We kinda had a thing for each other, but it didn't work out. Still miss them, though.
What happened to them?
We went our separate ways. It felt like the right thing to do at the time, even if it hurt.
I understand. Losing a friend to circumstance is never easy.
That's putting it lightly. I knew you'd get it. Feeling nostalgic sucks sometimes.
It will pass.
Can it pass any faster? My brain needs to focus on other stuff today.
Magic asked me if I knew what streaming was. Doesn't she know my handle? 6XX Deadpool XX9?
What the fuck? Sounds about right.
Glad Robbie got a taste of what it's like to work.
Deadpool's a live streamer. Deadpool's a Twitch streamer. How long do I have that? I mean, I could just hang out with him in a haven. Wait. Oh, is it because I tagged it?
You think they'll notice if I just don't say anything?
Yeah, just because I
Ignore
tagged
the
it.
prompt. A guy can wish.
I had like 4 days to do that. And what is he? I mean, I guess we might as well hang out with him. Actually, wait one more day and then see what's in sale. Maybe there'll be something for him.
I'm quite pleased with these results.
Like, what is this? A balanced diet? It's got 1 card per encounter to gain 1 move. Food truck. I need more research. What in the fuck? Wait, this is for everyone? How many cards is it gonna give me?
Sometimes.
If it's just a possibility, it could have been all of them, I guess. Overpowered knockback. Damage every enemy. Redraw plus 23 damage. 2 remaining. What does it mean with 2 remaining?
Always up for a challenge. The latest advancements from the mind of genius Tony Stark, and they're all for...
Reroll 1 card. Never get close to analyzed. Bonus game call. Oh, it's pretty cheap too.
We are finally getting some decent tech down here. See ya, Hunter.
What in the... We just got so many, like, good cards. Daywalker. Oh, maybe we could actually use that. The stake. Knockback. Yeah, sure. And from what did I get from Mexican Iron Man? I don't think I can use this as a priority. I mean, already. The next Iron Man card is not discarded. Redraw to reduce heroism. Damage every enemy. Every enemy? Every single enemy on the map for 22 damage? I don't know. I think I'd rather keep surgical strike.
Ready for more?
Blade has full health, plus 48 damage. Hold on, we gotta upgrade the most important one.
Practice makes perfect.
Oh my god, I still draw a card for each KO. I still don't have enough to upgrade Blade Storm. Holy shit, it's so pricey to upgrade.
No excuses here.
Upgrade this.
No, you shouldn't have.
We need even more heroic essence. X mark. Apply 3 marks for each enemy in an area. Oh.
The Chaos Magic's power.
Side is to increase damage combat. Knock back in any direction. Ooh, yes, that is worth it.
A welcome enhancement.
Do your thing.
Alright, what did I say? We were gonna hang out with the doctor.
Who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
Woof, woof. I don't remember. Have we I think we've hung out with the doctor before, haven't we? I have no idea what we would give him. We'd hang out with Carol because we have this jet fuel thing. Maybe that's what we should do. I guess. Let me find out if we have hung out with him before at a haven. I don't remember.
Keep an eye on Robbie.
Oh, wait, what? Wait, when did I earn a compliment? Yeah, I had one compliment. What? When did I earn that? Wait, let me compliment Deadpool. Since he's 0.
Would you rather fight 5 tiny Deadpools or a single?
Oh, and also, we have hung out with the doctor before the haven.
Your unwavering optimism inspires me.
You sure know how to make a merc feel special.
Hey, hold on. Oh my god. His body is so fucked up. Poor Deadpool. Wait, so since we've already hung out with the doctor, I guess we will just hang out with Captain Marvel and I guess give her that book.
The legend walks among us.
Don't say those words next to each other. I'll hang out with Captain America. I don't think I can hang out with either of them because they're both trading. Oh, no man, I can. Yeah, go with you. Let's go bird watching at the Peaceful Hill. Yo, he's got the binoculars. Look at Jesus.
So what is space like?
It's a weird cross between beautiful, deadly, and slightly boring.
Boring? How so?
Space is empty. There's not much to do on that journey, but look at the scenery. Even then, it's hard to tell you're actually moving. Kind of like highway driving through Nebraska. Sorry if I'm ruining any romantic notions of space travel.
Romantic notions. Yeah, you ruined it. There you are.
You have not ruined anything.
That's a relief.
+4.
I know my perspective is skewed. I take it for granted sometimes, and I really shouldn't. It's not all a big pile of nothing. Saturn is lovely in person. Every time I'm near, I take a pit stop on one of its moons. Just sit there and appreciate the cosmos.
I was gonna ask, how can she breathe in space, but I guess it's because she's half alien, that's why. You ever heard of jet fuel? The candle that smells like jet fuel.
Whoa! I've been looking for something just like this.
Oh my god, I got a swimsuit for her. You want to see the swimsuit? Chat room? She's been looking for the jet fuel candle, apparently. The fuck? Yeah, you want to have a look at the thing? The swimsuit we got? What? Did they forget to color it? What the hell happened here, man? Why is it just plain white? Got to add color to it. Wait, it's just a gray shirt that I got? Yeah, wow. Thanks, Captain Marvel. 34. Oh my god, she got Omega leveled up from that. Omega. Deadpool and myself. For this. The demon dog suit.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
Nani Watami W.A. Dazuka?
Why did you say it like that? W.A. Dazuka? What is he saying? He's speaking weeb again. What is he saying? Wow, what a big difference between these two. W.A. Justin totally knows Japanese. W.A. Nani Watami wa Yasuka. What does that mean? What did you just make me say? What did I just say? It's just random words. Really? Oh. Well, now I'm a bit disappointed. I thought you were actually saying something in Japanese. Wait, where's the box? That's all the way. Wait, where is the box? Wait, what? If the legendary box is... Where the fuck is this purple box? Excuse me? Okay, it doesn't mean anything. Fucking jabasted. Too tired to learn Japanese, so no words for you today. Gotcha. All good. Too tired for a Japanese lesson today. Wait, it's down there? Oh, well, no fucking wonder I can't find it up here. No Ayaya language today. Also, yeah, gotta say, I'm a bit split with finishing this game. Like, I want to finish it, but at the same time, I also want to wait with finishing it until all the DLC people are out. Wolverine's got which Deadpool. That way, you know, who knows? I don't know. It's gonna feel weird to like do the DLC missions after we already like finished the main campaign. What the fuck is this? Unbelievable. Unbelievable indeed. Why does he have so many that are just like almost the same? Wait, this one almost looks like the normal one. I don't know. I kind of want to wait with finishing this until all the DLC people are out. There's 3 more after Deadpool. And then when those 3 out and we've done those DLC missions, then we could actually finish the main campaign. Alright, let's go do the Deadpool mission. The fakes come out at night. Deadpool joins Blade as they look into the New York's growing vampire problem.
Ooh, when are we gonna slay some vamps?
We aren't going anywhere. This is a solo job.
You know how boring solo jobbing by yourself is? Come on!
No way. You're too distracting. I need to be focused out there.
This could be a great bonding experience for us. We could touch steaks.
Blade, you should bring Deadpool.
Ha! See? Let me go put on my vampire hunting undies.
Thanks a lot, Hunter.
I had to learn to work with you. So should he.
But you aren't Deadpool.
Oh wow, it's just these 2? The cowboy and the vampire, huh? I don't even get to go myself on this? Goddamn. Why was Wolverine there? Right.
I've got something.
No, don't tell me. You dead cat wrapped in cabbage? What? What is that?
That is a Hemalisk.
The face not even a Shemalisk could love. If that is a face. Because maybe it's... Okay. Definitely not the face.
It's a vampire egg sac, which means now we're on the lookout for...
Vampire bacon sack? Huh? Get it?
What do we have? A full infestation?
If we're lucky.
Then I suggest you eliminate the threat before the vampires can get any stronger.
On it.
Or we pop that sucker like a giant zit. Yeah, no, your idea's great too.
Right here to feel it, but it seems the hacking configuration increases when any card is played. One time you reach 0, the Hemalisk will hatch a brood of vampire minions. Take out the humans quickly to avoid being overrun. What?
Do what you can down there, Blade.
What?
And try not to lose your cool with that merc.
Cough! Did you forget I can hear you? That's okay. Probably just a senior moment.
I wouldn't poke that hornet's nest if I were you.
I'm great with
All
fossils.
additional enemies
She
loses
probably just needs her
health if
daytime
full
meds and a
played.
nap.
Now listen here, you little...
25% chance.
love you
This
too,
triggers
Granny.
immediately when a hero gains blue. Need to talk. Oh. There's only one of that? No, there's 2 of them. These nuts map. Oh my God. Man, just redeemed Pigmite map in DBD. I see what you're trying to do, Mr. Junior. Want me to play DBD? All you have to do is ask. And I'll happily play it for you.
I'm on it. And I thought Man-Thing was ugly.
Man-Thing? What the fuck is that? What the? What? Where did my camera go?
Playtime's over.
They are all going for Blade. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna get you. Don't worry, they're just sleeping.
This is gonna be fucked. I think to kill that. What? So I just have to play fucking what? 16 cards or something, and then it dies. That's a lot, man. Taunt. This is the one enemy I get to taunt.
Don't blink.
So what? Now is it gonna take damage?
In hell.
Oh no, one more. One more card play, and then it takes damage. Do I even want to do this? Gain 1 resist. From combat. Yeah.
You must be terrible at poker.
I see. It does take damage. But it also spawns more vampires. Ah. Well, we could actually kill it now. Probably a good thing. A good idea. Hello there. Hello there, my good sir. He is here. Chris has arrived. Shouldn't use damage at a vampire by 20 cards in the deck. Represent chance to transform into an elite vampire with any hero gains bleed. Oh, get rid of this thing.
Preparing Gee, I better distribute my skill points.
What to do? Get rid of one vampire? Or do some damage to that? Can't do overlays. Ah, okay. Can't do overlays. Wait, don't you mean alerts? Alerts? 135 damage. Ah, yeah, alerts. Okay, gotcha. All good, all good. I guess. Just throw the newspaper at this vampire. I did that and then the controller started dying. Amazing. Yeah, gotcha. I'll let you know. I'll let you know if I'm ever in the need of some overlays. Yeah, not right now, at least. Not right now. Not in the need for that. Good discard this card, but I kind of want to keep it. So let's just end the turn. See what happens.
mean I don't?
What the fuck just happened? What does all that mean?
You just stumbled on out in the open.
As this cat is played, scatter withdrawn, the game on bleed effect is removed.
Ordinarily, something's off here.
Wait, so if I keep it in my hand, he starts bleeding? Next thing you know, that bleed. Oh, wait, that I don't understand how that bleed thing works. Whatever. But also, wait, what Pog? VIP tickets to a Joji concert. VIP tickets? What? Sounds sick. Does that mean you get to go backstage and everything? Wait, does this thing heal? It looks like it has more health. Attack was damage this turn plus 72. Wait, what if we kick it into that? Can it even reach? Oh, it can. Perfect.
Bad luck for you, friendo. Somebody call the meat wagon.
You prepared your ass to get the most expensive tickets. Yeah, I believe it. Just saving up ever since you saw the news about it. Oh yeah, you one of his biggest fans? Hey. That sounds fucking sick. Finally get to see him live. Or maybe even meet him with the VIP tickets. That sounds fucking exciting. When is that, in August, you said? Nice. Pog. Oh, what the fuck? You're gonna go to the concert dressed as Kira. Now, that would be something. This mad man. This crazy man. Yeah, good luck.
It's about time.
Maybe he knows where the outfit is from. Holy shit, that'd be amazing. Man, it's just a secret JoJo fan. Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, he's gonna fall in love with your outfit. You're like, what the fuck, man? How much health do you have? They should be okay for one more turn. They should. Let's get rid of this one.
These fanatics are always the same.
Go become friends with Joji through JoJo. Joji through JoJo. What a funny sentence. Oh my god. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. But I mean, if anyone could do that, then it's you. If anyone could do something like that, then it's you. Wait, does he? Oh, he is within range of that. Sure.
Watch close.
Perfect. Now we just have to survive a turn. What in the fuck? 50 bleed damage? Holy shit. Oh, rip blade.
Nobody told me it was nap time.
Those hemolisks are birthing new breed vampires at an alarming
But you
rate.
think the man was gonna take 50
Oh,
damage?
these aren't the neck-biting handsy types from the movies. Whatever happened to them?
I killed most of them.
How are you talking? You're supposed to be down.
I think you might be my soulmate.
Don't get any ideas.
Are we excited?
Oh, it's Koichi. Oh my god.
Groovy.
Oh, is he not that tall? I mean, if he's not that tall, then it would be perfect. Why do I have 2 of these? Oh, revive blade.
Thanks for the save.
Because you're coughing so hard. What? What the fuck is going on? Why are you coughing so much? What happened? It's coughing like an old man over here. How many do I have? I have 1 left. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you're a bit sick? Oh no. What the fuck? A bit sick, coughing like a madman over here. What the fuck? That's not even enough to kill. Fortunately, we cannot take this one down. 50 bleed. Jesus Christ. Lilith. No one. We're not fighting Lilith. We're fighting vampires right now.
Usually they form on the feeding grounds.
We're taking a break from Lilith.
Leave remains.
Don't puke in the mask.
Submission mark vampires. What would that be? Vampires? I don't think I can say vampires. Not the same way I say Lilith. Hey, kill this thing. Hunting vampires as a cowboy Deadpool. He stabbed him.
Easy enough.
Oh, good. The healing factor will fix me up. You do know I have a healing factor, right?
Well done, you two.
What the?
I'll come with. Or should I just stay? Right. Okay. Good talk.
Him and the cowboy outfit. Oh my god, this is part 2. This is fucked, because they're like almost dead. Defeat all vampires to protect civilians. What the fuck was that sound? Vampires been feeding frenzy with attack civilians after a number of hero ability cards were played. Defeat these vampires so the time expires, the heroes will lose. Villains attack, the mission is lost. Vampires responsible.
The vampires are
Wait, they're going for civilians, not me?
Civilian. Don't let them.
Yeah, they spell it with a Y because Jesus Christ, I wasn't paying attention, but they gave like a big, long, giant paragraph of explanation in the beginning of this. as to why they are called. As to why they're called vampires with a Y. Big long law explanation in the beginning. Because vampires copyrighted. No, it's because these are newer vampires or something, and it's just not to be confused with the normal old vampires or something. There was something like that. I can't use half these guys. Exactly, the newer vampires. Makes sense, right? Makes total sense. I feel like we're gonna fail this mission. I feel like we took way too much damage the first round. And we don't have any heals as far as I know. Jesus Christ. Exactly, that too. He is here.
That's one hell of a move.
Can't use half of these cards, man. Exclamation mark and lion grit. I mean, if we keep going like this, then fucking at this point, gonna be a command for every single person in the chat room. Engine 17. 99. Go ahead and kill this guy quick. Yeah, that's true. You need some way to respond to the Chris. So if I do that to this one, then that would kill that. But then what about this one? Oh, I could kill that one with the newspaper. Okay, works out for me. Go! Throw the box of newspaper at the vampire. So all those free attacking a civilian. Oh my god, free 4 turns? Holy shit.
Watch me.
That doesn't count as a turn though, does it? No. Can't do anything though because I'm out of card place. Thank god I have newspapers.
Come get it.
Well, nothing else we can do. Please don't die. Please don't go down, Deadpool. Jesus Christ.
Why is everybody picking on me?
Injured. Oh no.
Haven't seen a feeding frenzy in years. Not the vampires I'm used to killing.
Junior is still here to wreak havoc on Leo's stream, don't you worry.
Oh god. Well, better you than that 7-7 guy.
These new breed vampires don't know my name.
Maybe you're slipping since you started moonlighting with the Midnight Suns.
Maybe you're slipping.
Keep digging that grave.
Hey man, what's wrong? You slipped.
It sounds to me like they just missed their mama.
Oh, god damn it. Why did you have to mutate? Can I get all 3 of them? Oh, I can. The God Pixel.
Oh, you want the big one?
That's a neat trick.
Can I even do anything? No. I have too many overpowered cards. Redraw. Give me something I can actually use. I mean, this is... Redraw again. Yeah, I need the doctor. Oh, this is perfect. I need the doctor's help.
About time. It's weirdos like these that give people like us a bad reputation.
Doctor. So if I end the turn now, I should be okay. Right? Yes. He's not gonna eat a human. No, he did nothing. Thank God.
Keep it up. Don't lose control.
We won't let you down, Grammy.
Oh, and thank God that is just enough to kill. Otherwise, I'd be fucked.
Here it comes. You kissed the mother with that mouth?
Knockback. I can't do that on this. Can I? Oh, I can.
Never seen that before.
Yeah, let Deadpool kill it. Bang, bang, bang. Pepper D-Hong. Look, that wasn't too bad. We somehow pulled it off. Pepper D-Hong.
Something's wrong. Something's changed.
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me. I'm gonna go with new benches.
This guy.
Vampires attacking civilians in plain sight? That's not vampire protocol.
Okay.
That's not vampire protocol.
Yeah, no, it's really not.
Excuse me?
Do you think
They have a
knows
protocol?
if I just left you here?
They'll know. Okay, okay. You want answers? I'll call my client. Not here. Back home. Where we're safe from client bots.
Home? You mean my home? The Abbey, which is absolutely 100% not your home? Make the call.
Look, it's late in Latveria now. There's that whole time zone thing, and my client is a physician, you know, working those long physician hours.
Oh, what?
Sweetest guy, but he's a real bear when he's grumpy.
So what the fuck? I can't believe that. Fucking 7-7 guy followed. Oh my. Yeah, I see it. The fucking 7-7 guy. The 7___7 guy. What, we get rid of him? Why is she still here? So now, oh, we know it has. Ah,
you come
Jesus!
To the chapel. Blade is pissed.
Can you hear me?
Even for Blade.
Daddy.
Hey, Deadpool.
7_7 is back, baby.
Oh my God! That's how he. Wow, get wrecked, get scammed. He didn't even try to say all the underscores. He just said 7_. Thanks, Justin. Yeah, why is he back? I thought he was gone for good, man. Scammed. Scammed over the underscores. Hello, friends.
Hey, it wasn't that bad.
Are you serious? It was awful.
Quit being a pussycat. No one got hurt.
No one got hurt yet. I don't care what you do in your off time. But when we're out on missions, you don't jeopardize the team. Got it?
It's cute when you set up boundaries.
I'm serious. You pull any of that crap that might put us in danger, and it's over for you. End of discussion.
Oh my god. He wants me to do a posture check. I'll fix my posture. Just for you, Mr. 7.
Don't worry, I'll stay very far away from the guy with the pointy stakes.
And the junior guy wants me to hydrate.
So you know, my safe word is banana.
What? Banana. Actually, I need to go get more juice, but I'll drink the little bit of water that I have.
Thanks for the save there. I thought Blade was gonna stab me again.
Are you all right?
All right is subjective, but I'm still breathing.
I was hoping the two of you would not fight.
I can play nice all day when we're out there kicking bad guy booty, but asking me to make friends? Barf.
That's not that bad.
I am simply asking you to be nice. It is not that difficult.
Gonna stop you right there. These are my co-workers, not friends.
I do not understand the distinction.
Right, I'm stretching right now, Mr.
When
7.
we go out on missions, that's our job. We're all playing for the same team. But asking me to get a drink after? That's what friends do. I'd rather pluck my eyes out with a rusty fork. I don't care if people don't like me. I can't blame them. It's hard being the most skilled, attractive, funniest, and humble person here. They could start an I Hate
you better
Deadpool club. I'm already a founding member.
Oh
but for $20, they could join.
Make the most of your time here.
You are only here for a short time. At least make the
Is he?
most of it.
Ah, like a true choose-your-own-adventure. Gotta dump all my points to charisma.
What?
I am being serious.
And it was very cute. I listened, all right?
Are you and Blade going to be okay?
I'm not going to lose any sleep over our squabble, but I can't speak for him.
Just try not to anger him. For me.
You missed your opportunity to make me pinky promise.
What happens if you break that kind of promise?
You cut off my pinky. Don't worry, it'll grow back. Hey, if we get enough members, we could start a cult.
We already have a cult. The Emo Kids Club cult.
We still gotta worry about if Johnny...
Blade, is something the matter?
Johnny Blade.
You tell me, Hunter.
You're not mad at me. Need to breathe a question mark?
Do you need a second to calm down?
Look, I'm not trying
Don't
to
tell
be
him to
nice,
calm down.
But Deadpool is
Monkey
testing
shake.
my damn patience.
I noticed. I did not think he would test your patience so soon.
Well, he broke the record for seeing how quickly he could piss me off. That's for sure.
What happened on the mission?
I stabbed him.
All right. What happened?
Deadpool was messing around, not taking our job seriously.
So your solution was to hurt him?
You're acting like I did it for fun. I didn't stab Deadpool because he's a pain. He was doing his own thing and got in the way.
Really? Just be careful.
The battlefield is chaotic. Just be aware of each other.
Kind of hard to do that when you're working with
liked
the physical manifestation of chaos.
We have to learn to work with him.
Hard pass. You do what you have to do, but I'm not going out of my way for him.
+1 friendship. I don't think there's anything else we can do. Wait, what the fuck? Why does Captain Marvel want to talk again? What is it, woman? What is a Hemelisk?
What is a Hemelisk exactly?
Hemelisk. What he said.
It's an egg sac. But instead of cute baby spiders inside, you find fully formed new breed vampires. With enough time, a single Hemelisk could generate an endless number of vampires. So goes the theory.
How does it work?
In a way that defies biology. Strange theorized they are creations of dark magic, and I quote, perhaps derived from the Darkhold itself. No need to mention I do a killer Stephen Strange impression, especially not to him.
No promises.
I should go.
Thanks, Carol.
Sure thing.
Jesus Christ. Relax. Don't be so aggressive. We just talked. Bedtime for Jesus. Now we're probably forced to do another side mission, right? In order to advance the Deadpool stuff. DM from Captain Marvel. Feral fiends flood downtown, following katana-wielding Spider-Man. What? What? Deadpool and I look nothing alike, and I've got a whole red and blue thing going on. I swing, I don't carry a sword. I also swing, and I've got a smoking hot money maker. Were there any good pictures I can show my eventual grandkids? Nah, you can be the little Red Riding Hood, grandmother. Grandmother Wolf or Woodsman or Jameson will still think you're Spider-Man. I'm surprised he hasn't confused me for Peter. Thanks for hating on my hater, but this conversation gets my imposter syndrome tingling. Look at the bright side. You're the best at being hated by J. Jonah Jameson. Should have some custom TTS for when bidding. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean custom TTS? To replace Justin? Like have an Obama voice thing or something. Oh yeah, I've seen some stream have that. It's called like TTS Monster or something. You can have like Obama, an ASMR voice, SpongeBob, stuff like that. I've seen some streams have that. I've thought about it, maybe enabling it, but I don't know, I wasn't sure. Is that something? Is that something I should look into? Maybe enabling for the stream. Honda, we should hang out again. I always had a great time with you. It's time for a rematch. This time my weapon of choice is a controller. You in? Oh, I'm on. It's game time.
No! How can this be? You have vanquished me once again.
This is the life. Kicking it with the legendary hunter. And kicking said legendary hunter's ass at a fighting game.
Fighting game? Or are we playing Mortal Kombat? I want a rematch.
This is an outrage. I demand a rematch.
Are you sure? I've already beaten you twice.
Oh.
3 out of 5.
You realize that you'll need to win the next 3 matches to beat me.
Just press that forsaken restart button already.
Okay, but I'm not going easy on you, Hunter. You're way too good for that.
I am good now, huh?
Yeah, just not at this game.
Correct. Tear 2% game 1 counter. You have to be affiliate to use the website. Yeah, I mean, if you want to have it on your stream, then you need to be an affiliate because it needs to be through bits. It can only be used for bits, I think. Maybe donations too? I'm not sure about that though. Can you have a permit? Oh. There you go. So what is she at now? Yeah, we're pretty close to free already. Deadpool's injured, so we gotta put him in the fucking jacuzzi anyways. Oh, and wait, what is on sale, right? We wanted to check. Candle, night until morning. Is your life more stressful than usual? Challenges at work or at home? Let this soft, calming scent take you away. Passion in the moonlight. The universally loved tale of powerful sorcerers and a mysterious child from Canada, and how their brief romance warmed them through the bitterly cold New England winter. Now in its 13th reprinting. Stoic companion. For those who seek to remain calm in the face of life's endless dread. Don't I already have that? That was nothing. That was not off of Deadpool there. I'm still gonna hang out with him somewhere though. Because we need to level his thing up.
Don't ask to see what's under the mask. I'll blind you with my good looks.
Yeah. Yeah, I have looked at this before. I have looked at it before. Yeah, but you can have I can't see the whole thing, but you can have all sorts of different ones. You can even have fucking Watch Mojo.
Welcome to Watch Mojo,
God.
and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 saddest deaths in anime.
Anime, by the way. I like this one. This one might be my favorite.
Hello, you are looking really good today. Could you tell me how you look so good?
Holy fuck, it sounds so robotic when it's loud. You like the Keikona one? What does that sound like?
Howdy, partner. I just finished farming and now I'm gonna watch some football.
Yeah, football. Jesus Christ, man. Ow, Pratt. Yeah, okay, I'll look into this. I'll look into this over the weekend. Oh, can I do it now? How hard is it to set up? Can we do it live? Can we set it up live? Ba-da-da, ba-da. Ba-da-da-da. Wait, what? Lilith. Oh god. Exactly. Lilith. Oh, I can pick the voices to enable. Oh, we can't even have the ASMR one. That one is premium. It's for bits. It's for bit donations and even alerts. Oh. Oh god. We're doing it live. Yeah, yeah. I wonder if it worked. I don't know. I don't know if I did it correctly. I don't know if it works. How do you even activate it? How do you pick what voice? Like, how do you know what voices I have enabled? Either way, you can try, I guess.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
Test /.
That's still Justin. I think you have to... Hold on a second. Now hold on, let me try one last thing, and if that doesn't... That doesn't work then. Then I'll just do it. Posh champ, everyone. Posh champ. Posh champ. So that's good. Yeah, try it one more time. And if it doesn't work, I'll mess around with the left stream. Caretaker wants to talk.
Good day, Hunter. It's Betty.
Hello, this is a test.
Ah, it's still Justin. I might have done it wrong. Either that or you have...
Hunter, hello.
in the stream where I saw it being used, you have to like put the name of the TTS thing. Or like the voice first and then the message. So like... I have SpongeBob enabled, so it needs, I think it needs to be something like this, maybe. And then whatever message. Like some, I think that's what the bit message actually looked like, and then it might work.
Some days it feels like I'm stuck in a time warp, Hunter.
Oh? How so?
This current team, they're so different than the Midnight Suns you once knew. Yet when I see you all together, it's like nothing has changed. I have to remind myself that Jeremiah, Will, Endra, Yelena, they've been gone for centuries now.
SpongeBob. Hi, I'm SpongeBob and I live in A to C.
No, you're not. You're Justin still. They made me who I am.
I would not be the warrior I am today without them. They all showed me so much. They taught me everything.
Well, not everything, Hunter. There's still a lot you can learn.
Yes.
No.
SpongeBob
didn't like the impression. He's dying of cringe.
For what it's worth, I still think of the old team often.
Same here. Except for you, it has been hundreds of years. For me, it was like yesterday.
Yet here we are. I just hope things end differently this time.
Oh. Wait, okay, hold on. I know why it's not working. It's because I need to add it to OBS. Hold on a second. You can't see that, okay? You don't see that. Leaked. Okay. This is gonna be so budget. I can try it one last time. Now this is the last time. And before I'm just milking you from all the bits that you have. No, I'm kidding. But we are trying to get this to work slowly.
New Blaze would come around eventually.
SpongeBob, whatever message here.
SpongeBob, whatever message
Oh my
here.
god, now there's two of them. Why didn't he sound like SpongeBob? He's supposed to sound like SpongeBob. Why does he sound like a normal thing? Hold on. Why do you not sound like SpongeBob? We have been scammed.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Obama, hi, I'm Obama.
Obama. Hi, I'm Obama.
No, he's still just normal. But yeah, how are you supposed to activate it? How are you, yeah, how are you as a viewer supposed to activate the certain voice? Oh, wait, hold on. I think you need this. Oh, wait, no, you have a link? Wait, but also try that. I promise it's not a virus. Click that. I think maybe that helps. What is this that you link? Is it a guide on how to set it up? Minimum is 1,000. Wait, it is? Oh, no wonder it's not working. Wait, why is it 1,000? I put it to 1. Fucking scammed. Hold on. Okay. Let me refresh. It should be 1 now. Yeah, if you refresh the link I just posted in chat, it should say 1 now. So now it should work. There we go. No one that was fucking broken. Fucking sellout man, minimum 1,000. Who the fuck does he think he is? I was finally hanging out with Deadpool.
Blade said it was weird that I sleep with my guns. It's called being prepared. Look it up.
Let's go to the Shady Oaks with Deadpool. Foraging for mushrooms.
I hope you're enjoying your time so far.
My time with what?
Can you hear me?
I know it's always a gamble spending that cold hard
Hey!
cash, but come
Raise
on.
favorite
Hi, I'm
viewers.
Leo's favorite viewer.
Hunter,
Jesus.
it's rude to interrupt.
Exactly, it's rude to interrupt Justin. God, he's so loud. I gotta turn that down a bit. Okay, well, but now it works. We made it work. It works now. Now you have a Kekona and a Justin. And the other ones. Who are we talking to?
Are you speaking to someone?
Anyway, I'm having fun. Plus, look at you. Who wouldn't be stoked about playing a super powerful piece of eye candy?
Are you talking about me?
We're working on the comedy, though. That's why they put me in here to begin with. I think. Oh well. Time to put that fourth wall back up.
I don't think I have anything for him. Give him 1,000 jelly beans. I'm sure he'll like that.
Oh, we're definitely doing that again.
Steady.
Holy, what the fuck
Kona,
is with
Haley,
Snowy?
the bunnies is with
Come
Twitch
here
now.
and take us with
Down
Donald.
here,
There's
we have
two
Stray
of them.
Galaxies
Living on
and the
our
butterfly
land.
streamers living on our land.
There's I gotta. There's a Justin and a Kona.
You know me. I'm
Holy
always
15
game for
friendship.
distractions. Any chance these are funny mushrooms?
Funny mushrooms. Oh my god, he got a hoodie. Perfect. If we want the Kona to shine, we gotta turn Justin down a little bit. How the fuck do I turn Justin down? How do I turn Justin down? I think I know.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Need to cash in peepers on the
SpongeBob,
TTS
need
raise
to
those
cash in
prices.
people rich on the TDS raise those prices.
Oh my god. The SpongeBob voice. Perfect. I turned Justin down a little bit. Exactly. Now we gotta raise the prices. Now we got this TTS monster. We gotta raise the prices a bit. But here to use SpongeBob.
Can you hear me? Steady.
What happened to my voice?
SpongeBob,
I've been
what
spending too
happened
much
to my
time
voice?
underwater.
I've
Feels
been spending
raining.
too much time
Yeah,
underwater.
Ram, right? Why does
Feels
he sound
raining.
like a Kekona?
My fellow Americans,
Oh.
Liu is a sellout for playing all the time. Why did we let this happen, bro?
Obama,
Bruh.
my fellow Americans,
Oh my
Leo is a
God.
sellout for playing DBD all the time. Why do we let this happen, bruh?
Bruh. Why did we let this happen, bruh? Sorry, Obama. I gotta do what I gotta do what I gotta do, man. I got them DBD shakes, man. I'm sorry. I can't help it.
How's it going, boss?
Steady.
SpongeBob and Obama, you switch
You
between
switch
SpongeBob
between-
voices.
Wait, what was that? What was that SpongeBob in the beginning? What was that about?
I'm pretty sure Charlie left a steaming coil in the hallway. Third state of matter,
Can you hear
indeed.
me? Steady.
SpongeBob can.
Wait, why did you say it like that?
I'll make something great out of it.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Sometimes.
Today
I
we
even
look
impress
at the
myself.
top
Watch
10 best
Mojo.
Scotchy movies
Today
of
we
all
look at the
time.
top 10
Top
best
10
Scotchy
Piscotty
of all
movies all
time.
time. This is great. I just wish I could make Justin a bit more quiet. How do I make Justin quiet now? I turned him down, but he's
How
still
long
loud.
did you say you were exposed to this thing? It's probably fine.
Wait, maybe this will work? Oh, no, not that. I'm trying to turn Justin in. He doesn't want to be silenced though.
Can you hear me? If this thing behind me turns into a giant gateway to
My
ancient
fellow
Egypt,
Americans.
Obama, my fellow Americans, can I please support Justin? She is an annoying joyful ruining all the fun.
What the fuck? An annoying joyful. He says Obama. Obama. Oh my god, Justin, how do I make you quiet? Well, I use Streamlabs for Justin, but I use OBS.
can you hear me?
What the hell?
Daddy.
Justin cannot be silenced. Or can he?
SpongeBob, Justin cannot be silenced.
Why does
Another magical mystery box. And to think,
Why does
I used to
Justin?
design
Not Justin.
sentient
Why does SpongeBob sound so robotic? Hold on, I'm trying to silence this Justin. Text to speech settings. Ah, here we go. Okay, try now. Justin should be a little bit more quiet now. I think I did it correctly.
See you, Hunter.
My dog.
Good girl, Charlie.
Wolf, wolf.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Shut up, Justin, you bitches motherfucker.
Yeah, he's quiet now. Or Justin. He's silenced. He's quiet for now. You never know when he'll make his return. It works now. Now you can go crazy.
You know who you're talking to.
With the TTS monster.
Let's do this.
Draw a card for you. Oh wait, no, I can't do that because I still need to upgrade my Blade Storm.
Do your thing.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Lee never has to work a day in his life now. Holy shit, cunt.
What? Excuse me, Mr. Kikona. Yeah, holy shit, God. That was never working a day in his life, goddamn. He just sits down and plays video games all day. Now back in my day. What were we doing? I got distracted by this TTS monster. Right, we leveled up friendship with him, so leveled up tomorrow.
Just like you wanted.
The fucking SpongeBob
Yeah,
voice. Monka W.
Central will crack the code. I'm sure Tony won't mind if I install XCOM on Central. It's for tactical
XCOM?
research.
I'm a cybernetic organism, living tissue over a middle endoskeleton.
What the fuck? Monka W. It's that SpongeBob robot. The final boss from the bikini game. The Battle for Bikini Bottom game.
Nanny, 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 nanny. Shut up, Bart.
Shut up, bot. Robotic SpongeBob. Heroic essence for credits. That seems like a terrible. Bot is a weed.
See you soon.
Hear me? Steady.
Destroy all humans. You have polluted the oceans for the last time.
What? The way he said humans. Humans. Destroy all humans. He confirmed he is clearly a fucking robot. Destroy all humans, by the way. Destroy all the humans. Humans. Doom to all the humans. Make those humans pay. Pay they shall.
What in the fuck?
You could still hear Justin Finley in the background. What in the fuck? Now that one actually sounds really good, but because it's meant to sound like a robot. SpongeBob, man, he sounds fucked up. Oh, wow, this is a nice one.
Can you hear me? Steady.
You are not a true robot, SpongeBob.
I will destroy all humans.
The way he said that. He said that like so joyfully. So happily. I will destroy all humans. Oh.
Dead by Daylight 2.
What in the... Dead by... Dead by Daylight 2? What, where? Mod check? Mod check? Dead by Daylight 2?
I'm not sure how I'm supposed to sleep tonight.
Mod check? It's a doctor mission. I will destroy all humans! Why not a true robot, SpongeBob?
Caretaker could have at least left me. Ready for more?
Man, that is so funny that you can actually... combo them together. Like, use two voices in one message.
Even a sorcerer supreme can't rest on his laurels.
This is perfect that we have to do a side mission, because Deadpool's injured anyways. I will destroy all humans! All the humans shall suffer before me! SpongeBob! Bah! Mr. Krabs! Bah! Isn't that what he sounds like? SpongeBob.
Can you hear me?
Baldy.
You gotta see if there's other voices. It'd be down to pay for the extra voice for you.
Yes. Yes. There are extra ones. Yeah, some of the ones are blocked though behind.
These are fringe almonds. Wait, let's go.
What? Bruh, you. Thank you, Robot SpongeBob. Yeah, the ASMR one is. I mean, I can just show you here. Hold on. So yeah, all the ones that have the red one, you need the premium plan for that. So the ASMR, Bitten, Aria, Klaus, Rocket, Stormtrooper, Tate, Witch, Pirate, and Gordon. Those are all locked behind the... you need the premium subscription for that. But all the other, like these other ones here that don't have the red square, the red thingy, I can enable those. Any other ones you want me to enable? Pepper Trump. I'll enable the Veep one too. Actually, I'll enable Morgan. Oh yeah, he's also free. Enable him as well. Enable them all! Oh god. Wait, where do you see that one? What is jazz?
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Hello, this is Morgan Freeman. I think I am here to nourish your screen.
I think, yeah, that's definitely Morgan Freeman. Hold on, I need to. Let me enable Suma too, and Luigi, and Plankton. You want me to enable them all? I'll enable all the ones I can. Go crazy. Okay, hold on. I saved it, but give me a second. I need to refresh it. Hold on. Not yet. Not yet. There you go. It's refreshed now. Now you can go crazy again. Now everything's enabled. Everything besides those premium ones, I enabled.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
But before that, to prepare the thing.
What?
We will narrate tomorrow.
I saw it to me.
Meme? You're supposed to say
I'm
maybe.
going to have sex with your computer.
With your compute. You didn't even finish the sentence. I forgot to transfer. I'll narrate tomorrow. Oh my god. Amazing. What do we even want to bring on this? I sure bring Scarlet Witch. Captain America.
Liu was about to start playing again. It had only been a day since he last played it, but he started getting those Monka shaken sweets.
Those Monka shakes. He can't say DVD. Even Morgan Freeman dislikes DVD. He doesn't even want to say it. He says like, "You're trying to get those Monka shake sweats." I was about to play it again today.
He refused to say DB.
He didn't even say it there. I refuse to say DB. He cut off halfway through. Oh my god, see? Even Morgan Freeman dislikes it.
Can you hear me?
Now on today's new sponsor, Leo's playing Dead by Daylight again for the 100th times.
Hey, he said it. Damn right. That's what we're doing next week. Ola next week, DBD week. Yeah, enemies completely count.
Show no mercy.
Let's make it quick then.
They seem committed to their plan.
Also, yeah, I see the thing in Hitman Talk. What happened to all your money boxing? Were you playing hardcore or something? 260 damage. Oh. Wait, what if I need to knock this guy over here? That's perfect. Who's this? Oh, and that's the one where you gotta kill both of them, right?
Leo, I'm going to cancel you. Just you wait, you motherfucker. I'm coming for you, Catherine.
Just you wait, you motherfucker. Oh, okay. Monka, what? What did I do? Jesus, alright, relax. Let's not do anything you'll regret now. Yeah, okay, I am Doctor Strange. Oh, you just got ripped off.
give it a go.
That is a bit cheesy, doesn't tell you. What?
Where have I seen that before?
That was SpongeBob. Oh, he didn't even get knocked all the way over here. That sucks. What? Yeah, I don't know what happened there. That was SpongeBob, not... Not the German one. Yeah, and it didn't even read the whole message. It was just... SpongeBob, man, what's wrong with you?
Claus? What happened to Claus?
Yeah, what'd you do to him, SpongeBob? What the fuck?
Rest in peace, Pokemon. Sorry you got ripped off, good sir.
That's what the weeb sounds like?
Can you hear me?
Oh my god.
Hey, Betty.
And you can still hear Justin in the background. It's like he got pushed away from the mic. Poor Justin, man. Got silenced by SpongeBob, by a robot. Hey, who's getting targeted the most here? Doctor Strange. Alright, so let's make us self-invincible, I guess. Yeah.
A gift from ancient traditions.
Good Justin, he no longer had as strong of a voice as he had before. He was relegated to the background.
Feels Rain Man indeed. You had to take over Morgan. He's just a background voice now. He used to be the main voice. Now he's just the background voice.
Let's
Poor Justin, man. He had such potential. Wait, if I attack it, it's gonna... I only target the unit which applied the taunt. Oh, no, oh, okay, no, it's fine.
Watch my back.
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
Now today we are going to check out why Deadpool is the fattest cock in Marvel.
What? Nice. Looking forward to that video. Oh, I don't even have any moves. Yeah, let's just end the turn. We should be fine. I thought that was a TTS for a second. It sounded so robotic. Link's soul. Oh, what the? Alright, so what does half of this do? Target an enemy to explode at the start of the next turn, 60 damage. KO. They explode for 124. Damage each enemy near. Oh, she's not near anything. 180. That would be enough to kill, but then I would have to kill these as well, I think.
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
Why is this shit so funny? I love technology.
I love technology. Me too, Knuckles. What the fuck, man? Is that what Knuckles sounds like from the movie? Jeez. The thing is, that's half at the end of the turn. I may revive. Yeah, so I have to kill all three of them. Pretty fucked up.
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
I sound like an absolute manic. Whoa!
Manic. Blah. Blah. Sounds like a dying goat. Well, these both cost 4. A bit awkward. Your heal cards in your hand, 25 plus. Yeah, let's do that.
Fuck, shit, cock, bitch, shit, balls.
Who the fuck is Pepper? Who is Pepper? Is that what Pepper the Frog sounds like? I'd eat enemy. You guess so. Yeah, I don't know who else is called Pepper. That could possibly be. I mean, they both have 183, right? Yeah. Get rid of this card. Increase the size of our abilities for 2 turns. Energy exploited the next turn, 124. That wouldn't be enough, and they're probably not even close to that. I don't think there's any way I can kill all 3 of them. But let's at least try.
Doctor?
Exactly. The doctor needs to kill all 3 of them. Otherwise they're just gonna revive themselves next turn. Wait, why did this do increased damage now? I mean, I'm not complaining. I mean, I could kill this one. But I don't think I would be able to kill the last guy, which is a shame. Well, but at least that was easy to set up. Somewhat easy. We managed to set it up live. And well, like you fine gentlemen. I'm having fun with it. I'm having a good time with it. Apply to beat. I mean, I suppose that's pretty good.
In today's new Lee's stream, Leo is seen here fighting against the big bad.
What?
But deep in his mind, he is thinking about the remain.
But he stopped. He said DV. Wait, did he die? What happened? Did he die of a heart attack? He said. Wait, what? The narrator fell asleep. He died. He said the forbidden word. He said DVD, the forbidden word.
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
Even the narrator can only deserve sleep.
Maybe a show will take over this.
You can really hear that because the game's so fucking loud, but yeah. Maybe I should take over DVD. Every time they say DVD, they just fall asleep. What the fuck, man? It's the cursed word. It's the forbidden word. You can't say it. Everyone just falls asleep. But now they should have less health, right?
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
SpongeBob can say Lisa brings licks to sleep.
What? He didn't even. Wait, what did he say? He said something. Pringles? I heard Pringles.
In today's new Lee's stream, Lee believes. Seen here fighting against
What was up with that pause?
But deep in his mind, he is thinking about Dead by Daylight. Why
sure.
you may.
He fell asleep again. Why you may ask? Passes out. Why you may ask? Passes out on the ground. What? Why you may ask? Sleep.
You're in trouble now.
Wait, why did he take damage? Why didn't he hit?
Not bad. Not great, but not bad.
Like we're back to each enemy in an area. Use this dice. Brown, 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 brown. Nope. Oh, right. It shows you the AoE. What is this? 62? I mean, yeah, we could kill that guy. Then, yeah, okay, we should be fine.
Typical Hydra.
Goodbye, audio. Second energy explode. At that turn for 62 damage. KO to explode 524. Yeah, so that should be enough to kill. Yep, go ahead and do that.
Let's try this.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
That damn Naruto is old fart. Someone should make him retire.
Hey, fuck you.
No, fuck you. Keep it down, I'm trying to sleep.
The way SpongeBob said fuck you. Yo, fuck you. What? Get me out, try to sleep, god damn it. Gosh dang it. Yeah, fuck you. Fucking SpongeBob.
Don't feel bad. You're not ready for me yet.
KO. KO. Can we even get the final one? I'm pretty sure he's out of range of everything. Yep. Oh, actually, we could redraw. Give me a card. Thank you.
Reality is only an illusion.
We've done it. Excellent work.
Yeah, thank you. Why is there no Mr. Krabs one?
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
I'm Donald Trump, and I'm your favorite streamer.
Howard.
Look at this bullshit. Fuck you, Obama, you piece of shit.
What the hell? Look at this bullshit.
Johnny Blaze's allegiance to our cause
Thanks,
was
Obama.
hard fought.
You heading to shop class?
I might swing on by.
Oh, so wait, I just saw this. That's a limit apparently.
Yes, or
Yeah, I'll be there.
There's a limit to how many messages apparently you can send a month. Pretty high though, but. Yeah, right here. Monthly AITTS messages remaining. 250 now. It says it resets every month. The first of every month. There you go.
Can you hear me? Steady.
No problem, Bozo.
No problem, Boso. What happened to the rest of your message? You should probably stop. Nah, it's all good. Keep going. Use it to your heart's content. It's, I mean, yeah. We have it for a reason. And that reason is for it to be used. Yeah, wait, where's Scarlet Witch?
Johnny Blaze and Robbie are both Ghost Riders. Does that make him Robbie's rough around the edges, spirit of vengeance uncle?
Can you hear me? Steady.
I think that was our best work.
No problem,
Everyone
Bozo.
did
I
their
am
part.
always trying to
I'm
help
ready to call
out
it a
all
night.
the
How
Bozos
about
on
you?
Twitch.
In Twitch. Why did he get like progressively more like quiet and shy? What the fuck? Was he not sure about the script?
give me a minute.
You got it.
Where's Scarlet Witch? Wait, she's in her room?
Robbie won't stop gushing about Johnny Blaze.
No, Witch, I need to compliment you. Oh. Do I just have one? Yeah, I do just have one.
Yep. Johnny Blaze's medal. Shop class is supposed to meet tonight.
So just the two of us?
Plus, I mean, 200 is a lot.
Actually, when I asked Parker, he mentioned
250
you
is
stopped by.
a lot.
Said he could convince Robbie if I could get you to show.
That sounds fair.
I'm sure everyone has something to say.
Maybe. But I already said too much. I have to fix this.
Let's go.
We should not keep them waiting.
Time to face the music.
He also broke, just like the TTS. What the fuck goes right on?
To apologize for last time.
It's a nice sentiment. But a
Only my
do-over
fellow
doesn't
Danish
have
man.
much
I am
appeal
just
for
very
idiots.
sure, but my parents
Yeah.
wanted me to be
I don't
president
understand why
when
we
I
should
was
keep
fine.
giving you
I
chances.
hated here.
You shouldn't. Not if you don't want to.
Hated he.
But hear me out, okay? I've been the person in charge
Danish.
for years. When I'm stressed, I can steamroll people who never expected it, and certainly don't deserve it.
That's what assholes say. To justify their behavior so they can keep being assholes.
Half of the Avengers agree with you. Look, nothing I did was justified. I was a jerk. And I'm sorry.
Okay.
Look, when you take away all the trappings of ungodly wealth, I'm just a guy who likes to make things. None of my friends were into this stuff. I was the only kid who saw beauty in exhaust manifolds, who spent hours poring over the guts of a microprocessor. That's all I want here, to make things with friends. As long as that's still an option.
That's the whole idea behind this? Okay, here's how we make this work. Tony Stark, CEO, is banned from shop class.
But making
guy,
things, Tony?
One
The
Shapiro,
guy we're talking
two
to right
Shadow,
now?
three.
He can stay.
That's more than fair.
That's a strange sounding movie guy. Sounds like a default TTS.
Took Tony long enough to figure out shop class, huh? I thought his suit had the thicker skull.
I didn't expect him to do this.
I did not think Tony was capable of an apology.
Oh, if he wasn't, I figure the Avengers would have kicked him out years ago. I'll let you get to it. Parker can't wait to dive in.
Well, that was less painful than expected. Thanks for coming, Hunter.
Multi-guy,
We all
this
needed
damn
to,
TTS ain't working.
clear
What
the
the fuck?
What the fuck? SpongeBob swearing. What the fuck? Oh, that's amazing. Movie guy doesn't want to work, I guess. What the fuck?
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
What the fuck? Have you ever heard SpongeBob swear before?
Bah. The SpongeBob laugh. Bah. No, I've never. I don't think I've ever heard you swear before, SpongeBob. What the fuck? Oh my
That's
god.
over with. Feuding with Tony Stark is not an achievement I
What
care
the
to
fuck?
unlock. So, how about we make something new? Another day for retooling. We have a few more ideas in the backlog.
Sorry, Leo, I was on the pooper, but I'm here now.
Finally
Oh,
have use
hello.
for the components you handed me. You
I
ready to put
see,
this
that's why
one
it took
to
you a
bed?
little bit. Oh, welcome back, movie guy.
I am ready.
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
What the fuck? Patrick, I think we really fucked up this time. Bah, puzzle time.
Bah, puzzle time. What the fuck, Patrick? You really fucked this time. Fucked up this time. Bah, puzzle time. We can't do the puzzle, Patrick. Oh my god. It's fucking amazing. Wait, actually get this. Oh my god, it's the fucking peanut emoji. Sponge emoji. Bah, what the fuck?
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
Leo's cringe, Leo's cringe, Leo's cringe.
What? What are you? What? Excuse me? Hello? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Capper, he says. This guy.
Parker's creative drive is amazing. Seeing how he tackles a problem gives me
Punch.
ideas of my own.
Cool story, Bob.
And Robbie has the right intuition when it comes to putting these prototypes together. I thought he was being overcautious, but that's a crafter's care. Wish I'd seen it earlier. Catch you later, Hunter.
Look, I don't want to brag, but I think this is our best work. Yeah, I know, blah blah, teamwork, blah blah blah, but still, it's impressive what we can do when we all work together.
Talk to Ghost Rider, I believe.
You know, I might stay for a bit more. I want to finish an adjustment to the Hell Ride. You ready to leave?
Oh.
I am ready to go.
Rob.
Oh, these crates. Wait, that crate respawned too.
Fuck that SpongeBob looking ass motherfucker, you bitch.
Plankton, I'm about to step on you like Lady D did to him in Resident Evil 8.
What the fuck? Why did he say that so fast? SpongeBob said that so fast. You gotta be somewhere, SpongeBob? Fucking Plankton. Where's Mr. Krabs, man? They needed Mr. Mr. Krabs one too.
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
Oh, I just had Plankton.
Oh my god! That sound is so demonic. Mocha W. What in the... SpongeBob confirmed demon. Oh, it's just a full-on silver armor.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Whoa.
Whoa! Excuse me? SpongeBob? Are you okay? Monka W. You okay, SpongeBob? I think you may have lost it a little bit. I think you may have lost it a tiny bit. Unicorn bling. That unicorn bling? What the fuck? It looks like this one almost.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Hey, I'm Hassan. My job is to watch YouTube videos and debate with chat while I become super fat.
What? Excuse me? Who's Hassan? Is that a streamer? Oh wait, those are the other crews over here. Sorry for yawning. Yeah, he's a streamer. I see. Well, from what it sounds like he's one of those React streamers. One of those just chatters. I think that's all the box. I need to go get some water. I'm out of water.
We don't want him picking up any of Blaze's reckless flair.
Right. Wait, hold on. Before I be right back. Go, and then we go over here. There you go. Now, while I'm wait, I just realized the penguin cam is back. Look at that. Holy shit. I guess someone finally accepted the penguin's demands. After like almost a full week of maintenance, the penguin cam is back. Either way, you can... Oh yeah, my control's been dying this whole time. I forgot about that. But you can go crazy. Still with the funny TTS voices on this screen while I'm AFK. While I'm getting some water. BRB really quick.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Fuck them reaction streams. Now to imagine watching a streamer watch YouTuber videos of streamers watching streamers streaming other streams. Whatever you know what the fuck I am talking about, bitches.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Where the fuck did Liu go? I'm lonely, chat. Please hold me.
Hey. I have returned. I'm lonely, chat. Please hold me. What? You're not lonely. You've got the penguins. You got the penguins. The infamous penguins to keep you occupied. Alright, we need to sleep. To advance things. In when strength had mission start?
The tower
What
bells
in
are
the-
ringing. My favorite childhood prank. But I have not heard them in so long. Caretaker must be wincing right now. Or maybe this was her idea of a joke.
Interesting. Well. Let's see what's on sale today. Music box. You're gonna... Iron Man fanfic. We've already had that before. Magic for normies. You suffer from magical friends. This book will help you to understand why they act the way they do. Remember, you're the normal one. Magic for normies.
Good girl, Charlie.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Kane, what the fuck did you just fucking say about the missile, you little bitch?
What?
You know the missile
SpongeBob.
knows where it is at all times, and the missile has been involved in obtaining numerous differences or deviations and has over 300
What
confirmed
the
corrective
fuck,
comments.
SpongeBob? Wonka W. Fucking conspiracy theorist SpongeBob. He got heated there for a second, goddamn. This is not spam. Hey, come see me. I want to talk to your face.
Hunter, just in time for the meeting of weirdos. There's you, me, and a unicorn if we can find a third. Hope the rest of your fan club won't mind.
What makes me weird?
I forgot you aren't as self-aware as I am.
That looks like
You
spam
talk
to me,
like you're an ancient
Deadpool.
artifact. You're older than the geezers who created us, and you've got some deep-rooted mommy issues. Should I keep going? I charge by the hour.
That looks like spam to me. Deadpool. Takes one to know one.
Says the king of weirdos.
He liked
Was
it.
that a dig? How spicy. We're gonna get along great. I can't
Gadful
wait
is
to see how
talking
the
sh-
sons react.
You sound a little too excited.
He is in fact talking.
Gotta find joy in the little things, Hunter.
Are you not concerned about fitting in?
What is this, high school? Are you scared of getting a swirly in the bathroom?
Can you hear me?
I do not know what a swirly is.
I think I left my good word. Me and my Valentine fell in happy
What the
relationship.
fuck is
I'm more
happening?
interested in your answer. Fitting in.
He
yay or nay?
stopped. He knew that wasn't good and just stopped. Exactly, it just stopped. Yeah, be careful, Kanye's expensive. He's too expensive by the minute.
I do not care. It is not part of my duty.
Duty. You set yourself up for that one.
I am here to be myself, and the sons will respect that.
Whoa, did it get hot in here for a second? Woof. See, that's the mentality I like. It's giving me could not care less vibes. Listen, all I'm saying is that I'm not the only one who likes your whole shtick, so keep
While
it up.
Penny might be too expensive, Morgan Freeman will narrate anything for you than seems
Hey.
golden.
Seems good, bro. Exactly, seems good, man. Good guy, Morgan. He'll even do it for free. That's how nice he is. Thank you, Morgan Freeman. You'll never read anything for free. As long as it doesn't involve DBD. Because then you just fall asleep. That big try. DBD. Oh god, no, I'm sleeping. DBD. Whoops, I fell asleep. Hey, Spider-Man wants to talk, but I can't talk to him.
What's up, Hunt? I wouldn't say Johnny Blaze passed the torch to me, but maybe he
I think the game bugged out.
keychain.
None of them, like, they want to talk, but I can't actually talk.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
I'm sorry. I took some coffee before starting to talk about...
It looks like the narrator has fallen asleep again. Cold thing I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Stormtrooper, Gliston here. Not all furries are bad, you hear me. I am
What?
speaking for the community and we think you are a gent, so... Sure, there are bad furries, but there are a lot more good ones than bad ones. I will say this as many times as I have to make you realize.
Well, SpongeBob's a fan of furries, it seems. The Stormtrooper. We can't have the Stormtrooper. Fortunately, that was one of the premium ones. The way he set DPD and just passed out. Wait, where the hell? Why is she in her room again, Scarlet Witch? I need to talk to her. I said they just deep. Snore. What the fuck, man? Man immediately fell asleep. Oh, now he wants to talk.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
What makes a better gift, a physical item or an experience?
That's my wife. When I hear the news, I was sad.
What the fuck? You didn't even say correctly, Mr. Kikona. Nothing is more precious than time spent with a friend. It's the experience for me.
Thanks, Hunter.
Now I've got free compliments. Who am I gonna compliment? I can't resist. I'm gonna go compliment Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider.
Awesome. Thanks, Hunter.
I got the hey fuck face ability again.
I see you as the spirit of vengeance, I can feel the fear.
Thanks. I'm doing the best I can.
Thanks. No problem, Ghost Rider.
No pain, no gain.
It's both 45. Sure.
The fire burns brighter.
Hell's Fury. Do I even use that? Hey, fuckface. Gain 1
Caretaker
resist.
said I need to be a team player. So I guess I'm letting you choose for me too.
Current upgrades and increased damage. Do I have enough now finally to upgrade Blade Storm? Finally.
New and improved.
Time's wasting, Hunter.
Apply ability mod. What? Oh yeah, you can't see what it is. It's like gamble what it gives you.
I'm floating in space trying to stay alive in this game called Among Us. There's no place
What?
to hide. I'm an imposter trying
Don't
to
worry
blend in,
about
but my
me.
crew is
I'll
suspicious.
meditate
They're into my
until
sin.
you're
I'm the
ready.
king of the rap game, and now I'm in space in this game called Among Us. Gotta keep the pace. I'm the imposter trying to stay alive, but my crew is until me. I gotta survive.
Thanks, Eminem. We can afford Eminem, but not Kanye. What the hell? Thanks, man. Here, let's assign a modifier on this. Pause move and KO. Oh, hell yeah.
Just what I needed.
That was actually really good. That TTS message for Eminem.
It's not much, but I have managed to locate a few details.
Give me a sec. Okay, so. Not bad, right?
No new cards. Get this. Reroll this.
I feel like I could automate this process and take myself.
That was a new card. Wow.
Until next time. You know,
Hello.
you should consider getting yourself a nice cloak.
Really? Why?
A good cloak adds so much gravitas to your presence. It commands respect and exudes authority. Plus, it's very comfortable. Assuming you choose a good fabric, of course.
Perhaps you can help me pick one out.
I am intrigued. Maybe you can help me pick one out.
Absolutely. One day, when we're not running around to put out Hydra's fires, you and I should go shopping. There is an excellent place in the West Village I could take you to.
That sounds wonderful. I'm always up for a new look.
Once you get one, you'll want to wear it everywhere, trust me.
Do you have many cloaks, or just the one?
Oh, I had many. Have many. Unfortunately, most are still locked away in the sanctum, so I have only one now.
It seems to have served you well.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it has. Let me know if you have other cloak-related questions. I'll be around.
You got doctor. So we complimented Google. We didn't compliment him just quite yet, but maybe we should.
I'm moving in shadows, trying not to get caught in this game. It's all about you trusting who you're not. I'm trying to stab, but they're trying to win this game. But my crew is smart. They're calling my name. I'm the king of the rap game, and now I'm in space in this game called Among Us. Gotta keep the pace. I'm the imposter trying to stay alive, but my crew is until me. I gotta survive.
What the fuck, man? How is it so good? How does it work so well? What the fuck, man? Wait, I could upgrade that. Food truck. This guy have 1 card per encounter to gain 1 move. Stay regular. Eat Deadpool. What the fuck?
Back again.
You sound annoyed.
I think we've got something for everyone.
What? Oh yeah, the furry card.
Can you hear me? Steady.
In this game, it's all about strategy and skill, trying to outsmart my crew and make my way to the top of the hill. I'm the king of the rap game, and now I'm in space in this game called Among Us. Gotta keep the pace. I'm the king of the rap game, and now I'm in space in this game called Among Us. Gotta keep the pace. I'm the imposter.
What is
trying to stay
happening?
Olympic.
Excuse
My
me?
crew
Is this
up
like
to
an
me. I
entire
gotta survive in
song?
this game. I'll do what it takes to survive in Among Us.
He cut off. They cut his mic before he got to finish. Oh, that AI bot thing? What the fuck? Mostly fresh. That's actually pretty good. Scaringly good. We just made an entire Eminem Among Us rap song. Yeah, I just gotta do the next mission. I think it's another Deadpool mission.
Everything by the numbers.
Himalayas do the
If we
damage.
had some rookies, I'd say send them out for the experience. But I think we're past that.
I do not have enough intel. Can I buy intel? Can, but I don't have money. How am I so low on everything? The deadliest sin. Yep.
Ready for a pounding? I'm gonna need a back rub.
He's jumping at me with his fucking revolver.
See you around.
Nice. Like that pool mission. Have you learned the location of the dreaded artifact known as the Manga Kori Goal? Midnight Sun's much harder to recover it. Cutscene.
These vampires are getting out of control, and it's all Deadpool's fault. Blah, blah, judgy judge. Don't be so harsh on him, Sarah. He's super brave, and super awesome, and super handsome. Thou saveth my behind from foul beasts. Thou shalt henceforth have my undying devotion. Aw, shucks. Really tickles the cockles of my heart.
What is happening?
I don't even care that you're
Working for Dr. Doom?
On my honor, in accordance with the mercenary code, I can neither confirm nor deny the identity of my client.
You. Honor.
At least tell us what this unidentified physician client hired you to find.
On my honor, in keeping with... No, wait, I can answer that one. A little something called the Magna
Carrigo.
That's it.
You mean the vampire Holy Grail?
Is it really that bad?
The ancient relic my blood-sucking cousins believe will cure them of every weakness? Sunlight, silver, garlic breath. Finding it wouldn't be melodramatic. It would be cataclysmic.
Unless you happen to be a vampire.
And? Have you found it?
What did you just say?
What the
about
fuck?
Hinton Games? You think they've only just now become popular? That the trend started a few fucking years ago. Are you shitting me? Do you know anything about the art form? I get you must be 12, but let me fucking educate you.
Love it.
You.
What's better than mud wrestling? Except goat wrestling, huh? And a huge fan of tater tots here.
Stop talking. We have a relic to hunt.
And I have the coordinates. Straight from my client's mouth. If he has one behind all that... never mind.
I actually get to bring someone else here. Bring Nico. Shit's too addicting. Oh no. You're having too much fun. Too much fun with the TTS monster. Yeah, I mean, that's what it's there for. Messing around with all the voices.
Wonder how long it'll take for your social cues to defrost. Pro tip, always blink.
Glad Robbie got a taste of what it's like to work alongside his skull.
Why are you saying that? It's been so long since we did that.
You're not mad that I dissed your ancestral home, are you?
Let us walk in silence.
You want to play the silent game? Oh, I'm so gonna win. Never mind, I lose. Like all things in life, I end things prematurely.
Thanks, Cowboy Deadpool.
Can you hear me? Hey, Daddy.
What are you saying, SpongeBob?
An old abandoned castle. If that doesn't scream Mambo Cerebro, I don't know what does.
First rule of relic hunting. An old abandoned castle.
Relic hunting?
is almost
Knack?
abandoned.
Relics? Horse champ?
We have Hydra vampires up ahead.
Acknowledged. Do you think the vampires joined Hydra, or was it the other way around? Ooh, which reminds me. Dear Hydra Bob, are you a vampire? Love, Deadpool.
Proceed with caution.
No time to dilly-dally.
Of course.
Well, guess what,
Monchess Relic Beard.
Well, I didn't even hear that. That was such unfortunate timing. The truck appeared on screen as soon as he said that. That was like the most awkward timing. So you're gonna turn Hydra. Defeat all enemies to complete the encounter. Hydras get inflict bleeding with that text. Hydras may become vampire minions when they're KO'd.
Question: is blood-sucking
Monkish.
abomination
The cleaver.
higher rank than Goon in Hydra's
If
power
fucking
structure?
Deadpool get a car crash.
They're all equally disposable.
You're kind of dark, huh? I like it.
They wear Hydra uniforms, but these vampires are only loyal to their hunger.
Wait, how is
Don't
he
hold
within
back.
range?
You all heard it. Grammy gave me permission to murder.
Oh, don't question it. Just roll with it.
Can you hear me?
Murder.
Oh my god. You sound so excited. Murder? Murderer. There has been a murderer. There has been a murderer, Mr. Krabs. Murderer.
Mother abandoned.
Knockback. Oh. I'll go over here and knock this guy. Actually, wait, it's just... Yeah. Oop. Can you really not fit in between the guy and the box? That's a bit awkward. There we go. No, he's just out of reach. Come on, man. He's just out of reach at the explosive. At least I can knock him over too and then blow it up and then he should die. Yeah. Yeah, sir, can you just, just take one tiny little step backwards? Thank you. But no apparent reason whatsoever, I promise. I promise. Oh, it's only Hunter that has the buff on environmentals.
They do not stand a chance.
That thing did 180 damage.
Yo, dude, you know they killed the doggone Family Guy.
The dog brain.
What?
Eat brain.
What the fuck, SpongeBob?
Man, stop playing for.
I'm not playing.
Oh my god, of course he became a zombie vampire. We could have ended the round this turn, but then of course he just happened. He just had to go ahead and become a zombie. Witchfire. Damage a random enemy and KO. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could end the round right here. Let's go. Let's do it.
This should be good.
Nice.
Now that was something.
That's the last of them.
We defeated them all in the first turn. Collapse. Smooth.
Thou come to my family home, destroyed by your allies as they tried in vain to destroy my grandfather.
And that would be Red Skull, I gather? From the, redness of the,
Hey, just,
behind you?
whatever, man. I think she knows we're here. No need to stealth.
And you be careful. Please, it's been a rough couple years, and I love you for who you are.
A great man.
Thanks, Deadpool.
A brilliant
Appreciate it.
I worshipped him once.
Just once? Must not have been that great.
More to our right.
But at last, I have a new master, a worthy one. And when the ritual is complete and the Magna Core ego is awakened, we shall...
What?
Rude. Oh, is that my bad? Hold that thought. Oh, good. Hydra Bob's not a vampire. What were you saying about the mango gazebo?
Enough blasphemy. End them, now.
So goofy. Mr. Deadpool. Destroy Sin's Dark Artifact, the Magma Corridor. The Magma Corridor will regenerate health every turn. Focus your attack to destroy this statue.
Hydra is still intent on detonating these rift
That was
charges wherever
so
they can.
goofy.
Consequences
Just like a Shrockers, man. I think she knows we're here. No need for stealth. Damn. How much does it have? 385. Need to get a full hero or something. Buy to counter. Who's getting targeted the most?
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
I don't know, Nico Depo.
I'm looking for a girlfriend to be my mommy.
What
She
the
has
fuck?
to be in her 40s. Still makes.
Not stream appropriate.
Will spend my time as if I had to work at a high-paying job so that I may purchase my video games and me may buy pillows and...
Video games. I thought he was about to say vitamin games. It's like, what? Video games. My video games.
Try and stop me now.
My video games. Oh, I got this. What is it doing again? Because you want here to damage random enemies 3 times. 1 for each. I don't think... I would love to try this, but no, it's not gonna be too useful. 144 damage. What? Wait, what? We could, I'm pretty yeah, we could kill this thing this turn.
Insert catchphrase here.
Good one.
Oh, that wasn't even part of the copy pasta? Oh my god, you had to censor it manually? I'm glad you did. Don't want to get banned. Yeah, we could end it this turn, can't we? Why not? Immune to bleed. Oh, because it can't. Oh my god, it can't be targeted by hero combos. Holy shit, man. Are you serious? It's gonna be one-off lethal. It has 241 health, and this card does 240. Jesus. That's fucked up, man. that's fucked up.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
We can only talk about... Here, the narrator fell asleep again.
What the fuck? Wait, no, that did not sound like you fell asleep. That sounded like you hit him over the head with something. Or you just heard like a bump, bump, bump. What the fuck was that? SpongeBob, what did you do? What did you do to the narrator? SpongeBob just walked into the recording booth, just bonk. Hit him with the hammer. Oh, the narrator fell asleep. Bah! Bah! He's just laughing over his unconscious body.
The air is noticeably more pungent than on the Abbey grounds.
What the fuck, SpongeBob? That's messed up, man.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Dog
The
have it
narrator
quick
fell
free.
asleep forever.
What did you do, SpongeBob? What do you have against the narrator? No matter what I do, I can't end this turret, which fucking sucks. It's gonna be one-off lethal. Feels fucking XCOM, man.
Fortnite pop into the battle bus gasp as it Fortnite guy Fortnite hit the gradio.
What the fuck? Look at the one-off lethal. Feels XCOM, man. And I don't think there's any way I can hurt it. Hopefully it doesn't regenerate. Hopefully it doesn't regenerate like 80% of its health next turn. If it does, that's pretty fucked up, man. We could have killed it this turn if only I read that it didn't. The hero combos didn't work on it. Oh well, let's see what happens. 96. Okay, that's not too bad. If we just kill the statue, I'm pretty sure it ends. blasted.
The man just threw a bot at that monster. The disrespect mounts.
The disrespect. Yeah, he just picked up a random crate and threw it at that vampire. You should have seen it earlier, Morgan. When Deadpool was throwing newspapers at zombies earlier. Not zombies, at vampires.
Another batch of idiots coming in.
Do you not see their transcendence? They
Give all
are
kinds of
the
hand
superior
critical.
form now.
I don't know, lady. Have you seen my glutes?
Are you enjoying yourself?
Just easing the tension.
Just give me a card that does 97. No, 177, that works. Well, yeah, I'm pretty... If I kill this, it's over.
Your time has come.
Well, that's interesting.
That was the last of the charges. They won't be conducting any further experiments here.
Oh, never mind, I do have to kill them all. Oh, whoops. I was just hardcore targeting that because I thought that was it. Oh, well, Monka W. Time to shake. Will I catch any hand critical?
The man thought it was over. Yet none of the remaining enemies Monto Ngusi is in for more fighting.
Yes, he's in for more fighting. God damn it. Unfortunately, you're right, Morgan. I thought that was it. I thought it was over, but no. None of them ran. They all stayed. 132. Yeah, I should probably heal Nico.
The light will carry you on.
Yes, it's just like you. You think we care about you destroyed the statue? I mean, you fucked up our plans, but we're not gonna give up that easily and run away. We're still gonna fuck you up. Oh man. Whoops. $180. Go. Wonder if I'll be able to do this. But still, nope, 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 don't do that just yet. Oh, this is fucked, man. This is fucked. I should probably get rid of the ones that I can, though. End of the turn. So who's getting targeted the most? Hunter. Does she still have the counter? It does. Okay, so get the one that's targeting Deadpool.
Let's try this.
Yeah. That'll be okay. And then we go over here. Kick the box at her. Coffin, I guess. Oh, that's perfect. Kick her in the Deadpool.
You had your chance.
That wasn't bad.
Wait, what? Wait, that wasn't part of the plan. Retribution? Attacking Sin will taunt random enemies. Oh. So now all three of them is going for him. Monka W. Well, prepare for the worst, Hunter.
It was at that moment that he knew that he fucked up.
Whoops. Yeah. I didn't know she had a thing like that. And now, well, thank God there's only 3 of them, I guess. Well, do your worst, enemies. Please don't attack Hunter too. Oh, you turned them into an egg. And you're still just targeting Deadpool. Alright, he resisted the first hit. He couldn't resist the second one. This is fucked. This is really just fucked.
You must stop the ritual.
The statue's already dead.
You may have memory
Isn't
issues,
it?
but that doesn't mean we do.
Yeah, the statue's already
Wait,
dead.
What are we doing again?
I just have to defeat the enemies. Draw a heroic card, change the colors of all heroic cards in your hand to 0 until the end of the turn.
You're my man. I'm going to use the tower. I'll be back in a little bit, y'all.
I'll be back in a little bit, y'all. You got it, Mr. Kikona. See you in a bit. Isn't that a little overkill? Yeah.
Your fate is sealed.
Feel my call.
Yeah, I can make them all go for Deadpool. He's kind of low though. Who's everyone going for? I mean, everyone's going for Deadpool anyways. All hearts and you can't. Maybe redraw this one. Is he within? He is within box range. Yeah, you know what? Go ahead and do that.
Here's one for ya.
Oh, well, since I already killed the statue, hopefully I just have to defeat the boss, which is Sin. And then hopefully everything's good and we're fine. And before I soft lock the game. Because I took down the thing in like 2 turns. It did too fast. Is she within box range? Let's see. Never get my binoculars out here. Is she within box range? It's because all heroic cards in your hand. But if we do this next turn, then we should be able to kill her. So you know what? We just need to survive this turn and we're good. What the fuck? You were shooting that gun from your hip. They send in 1 vampire. Sick reinforcement, man. Yeah, so how much health does she have? 323. Fuck. Well, we should still be able to kill.
No more time for heroes.
Talk about budget
Or occasional
reinforcements.
I'm hard to define.
You will not be spared.
Yeah, so if I do this... Send in reinforcements! Send everything we've got! One man walks up. Hi, I'm the reinforcement, guys. What's happening? Where are the bad guys? What's wrong? Yeah, so we do this, and then we do this, and then bam, that should be able to kill. I hope. After hopefully end the mission.
Yeah, we
now everyone is going for the hunter.
Maybe I should be flattered.
One guy walks up like, "Hi, oh hey, it's me. Hi, Reinforcements is here. Hello guys, people. Hey, I'm the guy that they sent. Hi, hello friends." Alright, let's finish her off with the birds.
I'm impressed.
The birds. That has to be the end, right? Are you telling me I have to kill every single fucking vampire on the screen right now?
Another Hydra operation.
Okay, no, that was it. Thank God.
I'll never get tired of hearing that.
I think it's over, right? Yeah, it's okay.
Arrogant mortals! The Magna Core ego is eternal. Its darkness shall spread across the lands until the world is cloaked in endless night.
Blah, blah, blah. I'm evil. Something, something, world domination. Blah, blah, going to destroy you.
Now, prepare yourselves.
Something, something, something. Ah, screw it.
You shall bear witness to the ascension of...
Click!
What?
Wrecked.
You monster!
That's a little on the nose, don't you think? Cindy?
Wrecked. Wait, what happened? Did she teleport away?
Cindy smart cannot
Or did she die?
be good for the old Lungaroos.
Caretaker, are you tracking this?
Affirmative. Hold on. We're getting you out of there.
Farewell, my friend.
What? Goodbye, Deadpool.
Yeah, okay, about that. Quick cue. Seeing as I just destroyed my unidentified physician client's vampire with a Y, Holy Grail, is it cool if I crash with you for a while? Friend?
I don't think.
A while?
No.
Not forever.
No.
20, 30 years tops.
No.
Come then.
Oh, can I be in the sequel?
The sequel? What? Excuse me.
Do not fret. The Magna Corrigo was not crucial to my ascension. Rise, my child. We must prepare for
What the fuck
endless
is that?
night.
Dracula?
Yes, master.
Creation Deadpool. I think that was it. That was the Deadpool DLC. I think that's all his missions. Talk to Deadpool. Oh. Maybe it's not over? Not yet.
I'm not sure I believe Johnny Blaze when he says he'll show up when we need him. But I'm
Well, everything is out in the open now. I'm fully exposed.
Are you not worried about any repercussions from this Doctor of Doom?
If I think about it too hard, yes. But lucky for me, this dome piece is empty. There's so much free real estate up here.
How did you even get involved with him in the first place?
Haven't you listened to anything I've said? Money.
Money? The job sounded risky.
You knew he was dangerous. Was the job worth it?
Yeah, you can't make an
Us
omelet without
too.
strangling a few chickens. Besides, fumbling the bag led me to you. A win-win situation, if you ask me.
So long as you are happy with the outcome.
Oh, I'm putting Merc stuff on the back burner. No freelancing. Just gonna work pro bono for the Midnight Suns. Did you know pro bono doesn't mean what I thought it did?
I cannot speak for the rest of the team, but it will be nice to have the extra help.
I hope my heroics with the Magna Corrigo back there bought me brownie points with the goody two-shoes around here.
I was not expecting you to destroy it.
I did not anticipate you destroying the Magna Corrigo.
What? Mr. Questionable Morals can't have a change of heart?
Kid Legend, or tell
I
me,
am
she's
pleasantly
not getting
surprised.
interested in for
I
me.
choose to take that as a compliment.
So, what is next for Deadpool?
I've got an exclusive contract with the Midnight Suns.
What indeed? Mr. Kekona trying to speak Danish. Danish Kekona. Something interesting happened while you were gone? Yeah. We almost died. I almost fucked up, but we did it. I think we just did the final mission of the Deadpool DLC. So we did that. Deadpool did his usual Deadpool things. And then we got a tease of some kind of vampire. And now Deadpool's part of the squad. Good.
I have always considered you part of the team.
The more murder hands, the merrier. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go make my presence known.
How will you be doing that?
Fireworks, balloons, gunshots. The huge.
Oh my god, he's so close to leveling up.
New Blaze would come around eventually.
What the fuck, man? Scarlet Witch. She's been in her room for the past 3 days. When is she gonna leave? I want to give her a compliment. Deadpool being sus. Yep. Deadpool just being Deadpool. Being his sussy self.
Hold on, I'm waiting to see if anyone else comes to praise me for my righteous act.
Wait, how many compliments did I have? I have 2, and 1 is meant for Scarlet Witch. Is there anyone else I would compliment? Otherwise, I'm going to compliment Deadpool right now. Level him up. Yeah. Hopefully he's not going to be pissed.
I admire your way around a sword.
We liked it.
This will feed my ego for weeks.
Perfect.
Hunter, you have the same effect on vampires as microwaving fish does on the Avengers break room.
I am clearing them out?
You got it. New breed vampire activity has slowed down since you took the fight to them. We're making a dent.
You should celebrate.
Should we throw a party?
Nah, premature. I almost put up a banner that read, "Well done slowing down the new breed vampires. Go team."
I cannot help but notice there is no banner.
Too wordy, and I couldn't decide on a font. One thing is certain. Vampires are making the most of the chaos Lilith created. The good news? I see no signs that they're working together.
Are you sure there is no connection?
Just a hunch. Let's look at what we know. There's no crying over smashed vampire relics, but I wouldn't have minded adding the Magna Corrigo to our arsenal. Yeah, I know. Nasty artifacts like that aren't known for their safety features. Still, I wonder if Strange and Tony could have used it to make something useful.
Oh, wait, that thing was evil. Evil, I telling you. Evil, I tell you. It was evil. I completely agree.
We need every advantage, no matter the origin.
It's how we've operated so far. That's not really my style, but neither is magic of any kind, so I'm trusting the experts. The silver lining here is that it blew up in Sin's face. She'll be picking the pieces out for days. That's a win as far as I'm concerned.
I can agree with that.
Anything else on your mind?
I should go.
Thanks, Carol.
Sure thing.
I should go.
Thanks.
Get.
Wait, did this box come back? Anything else I should know? Just turns around and just casually walks away. Casually mass leaves. Anything else I should know? Walks away. Lives garden. Reach downstairs.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
Listen at a Mads Mikkelsen voice. Lexstrom.
Lexstrom. Go without actually be sick. Yeah, can they do that? Can we suggest that? That Mads Mikkelsen voice. Be perfect. Mikkelsen replaced Justin. I mean, like the same colors as Doctor Strange. Mads Mikkelsen voice. I mean, if they can, yeah. If they have all the ones that they have right now, I'm sure they could add a Mads Mikkelsen one. I'm sure they would be able to do that. What, you got an ad? Atch. No? Okay. Just joking. Yeah, I thought for a second you got an ad or something. I was like, what the fuck? Excuse me? I'm not running any ads. That's SpongeBob then. Like that. I don't think there's anything else we can do now, right? No, nothing else we can do at nighttime. Go to sleep. Hopefully Scarlet Witch is awake tomorrow. I wanna give her a compliment.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
This stream brought to you by
Gotta spend those blow points.
Oh, that's so funny every fucking time. The stream's brought to you by... Gotta spend those blood points. Thank you, Morgan.
Nico bet that I couldn't beat her high score. Now I'm out $20.
Dear... So fucking funny. Why did you say it like that? Amazing. Scarlet Witch is still in her room. What the fuck, man? Actually, maybe I remember. You know, when we boot up DBD again, we probably do have 2 million blood points. So.
Good girl.
Damn right,
Charlie.
Morgan. Gotta spend those blood points. I got the jet fuel one again. No wonder that these are all familiar. It's because I've had them all before. They are repeating gifts. Hunter, we finally got to third base. Heads up, I'm going out to destroy some property soon. You in? On my way.
What are you doing?
Whoa, don't go creeping up on a guy when he's sowing his wild oats. I'm just spreading my seed, hoping to leave my mark in the Abbey, starting here.
Why are you gardening?
Well, your friends have been avoiding me like the plague, so I decided to make nice with Mother Nature. Speaking of, you seem to be getting really friendly with everyone. That's cute.
Of course I am.
Why would I not be? They are part of our team. Friendship makes us stronger.
Your team. Don't lump me up with the rest of them.
Feels
I have a
Earth,
reputation
man.
to keep.
Earth
What
Day.
is wrong with making friends?
Deadpool likes Mother Earth.
Friends are just another liability in the world of mercs. It's like Murder 101, Hunter. Get with the program. Yeah, well, like it or not, everyone's fallen over themselves to be part of your posse.
You sound bitter.
What the fuck?
Do
Why did
I?
it sound like he was in a
Hold on.
church
Let
when
me
he
tone
said
it
that?
down for you, Cupcake.
What?
I'm just speaking facts here. Don't get me wrong, having a fan club is great.
What was
Gets a
that?
little weird when they write self-insert fiction, but it's still flattering all the same. Keep up the good work. It strokes my ego.
Why do you keep calling them my fans? They're my friends.
He's still in the
What
church.
makes you so sure?
The man turned on the reverb. What the hell? What happened to those lines? Was he in church? Well, they called him up on the phone. Hey, buddy, we need a quick few lines for you for the Deadpool DLC. Can you call him right now? We are wonderful.
Being open and honest with one another shows trust.
It also puts a big target on your back. Pass.
It is a risk I am willing to take.
Why did he sound
Come back
so
to me
weird
after
now?
it backfires, so I can rub it in your pretty little face. I'm gonna say it until the day I die and regenerate. The only person you need is yourself, Hunter. All that personal mumbo-jumbo just weighs you down.
He's actually gardening. Recover 51 health each turn.
Respectfully, of course.
I mean, he actually said something when I selected him. What the fuck? What happens if you spin him really fast? Is he gonna say something? Spin him really fast. Is as fast as you can go. Say something. Say something funny. I don't think he's gonna say anything.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
Give Nico a gift?
Thanks, Hunter.
I'll be one happy. I'm happy to do that.
Hey, Hunter. You seen Cap around?
He's literally
Should I
right
be
next to
looking
you.
For him?
No, this is good. I've been playing pranks on everyone.
Pranks?
You know, jokes. Trying to keep everyone on their toes. Plus, it's fun. I hid Cap's America's #1 dad mug someplace he'll never find it.
That's fun.
That sounds like fun.
Oh, it is. You can even help me with my next target.
Who?
Carol. I was thinking about moving everything in her room just half an inch to the left.
Oh my god, what a
But she
monster.
will not notice such a small change.
But she will when we do it every day for a week.
Very nice.
Was hoping you'd say that. So long as it's simple and in good fun, I'm gonna keep causing a little mayhem.
Keep it fun.
That's the plan.
He asked if I had seen Captain America. He's literally right there next to you, sir. He's literally sitting over there in the chair next to you. He probably heard a whole conversation. Why do you think he's looking over here like that now? Damn it, you blew it. Blew it, Wolverine.
Evildoers beware.
How do I give Nico a gift?
Robbie won't stop gushing about Johnny Blaze, and you know what? It's a refreshing emotion. Tony Stark used to be the ultra-rich jerk I saw
How
on TV.
do I give her a gift,
Now,
actually?
he's the ultra-rich jerk who eats all the cashews in the bowl.
Give Nico a gift from the gift shop.
Hunter?
Captain Marvel beat me at cards. Mm-hmm. Yet another phrase I never expected to say out loud.
How can you give someone a gift? I only know how to give them gifts if you, like, hang out with them at a haven, but we've already done it with Nico, so we can't do that again.
It's not much, but I have managed to locate.
Might actually have to quickly look that up. If there even is it, because I don't know if there is a way to give gift to someone without going to a haven. Only 5 missions with them. Golly. Clips I make on your channel. Why do they always get a lot of views? Wait, they do? Oh?
Give me a sec. Okay, what's up?
Good question.
Starting coil extraction process. Another magical mystery box. Nothing to think. What can I say?
I guess it's because it's
except
those special junior clips. The junior sus clips. Seems to cause a random row card in your hand to 0. And redraw cure.
If you find more coil, send it my way.
Inspire, heal, and wrath. Nah, I like the ones I have.
Ready to work?
Tiger will be KO, chain to an. Oh, what? Wait, that's a sick fucking upgrade, yes.
No, you shouldn't have.
Level 20. Man, I guess that's just the max level. Top and falling out the increased damage. By the photo beam.
We've got
damage
plenty of
total each
tricks
enemy in
for
the
old
line
dogs.
increased.
No excuses
Oh.
here.
This'll make a difference.
Wait, what? You might have to tune that down to be honest. Got that one lady and a few of her members shouted you out on the Twitch. You don't want you don't want people to think you're weird. What do you mean? Hold on a second. Let me see here. What do you mean? Whatever do you mean? What happens if I go to Junior's Twitch channel and look at the clips? What pops up? What is the first clip that pops up? What the fuck, man? The first clip that pops up is... Hold on. The first clip that pops up is picture of an ass. Yeah, okay, I see. Unstable D's ... Rip Boso. Yeah, alright, yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Fucking, this is the first clip. I'm pretty sure this is. I joined the stream to this. Nice. I mean, that's a perfect way. Perfect first impression of you and your stream. Perfect way to get introduced to your channel. They go, look, oh, let's see, what has Ginger been doing lately? Let's see what clip she has. And then they just see that. Amazing. That's alright, you'll be fine. You'll be okay. You'll be good. Oh, you're right. I was gonna quickly see. Is that a way to give someone else? Midnight Suns, how to give gifts. Excited. You'll be good. You'll be fine. That's just funny though. That the fucking first clip is that picture of an ass. Oh, that's great.
They've got a really cool guy for you in Midnight Marvel Suns on how to give.
What
gifts.
is
So
this
you can get
guy's
gifts quite
microphone?
early, but you can't give them as early as you can get them. So you can't just give them to people around the
What
Abbey.
is happening?
You have to wait until after you've done a mission, and you will eventually unlock Hangouts. That's when you can hang out with any of the characters. That's when you can give them the gift. It's random who you can hang out with.
What is
There's
that?
more chance to hang out with the people that you brought with you on the mission. So finish a mission, hang around with someone afterwards, and you're better to give your gifts. Because that's quite nice and easy to get when you can get back to the.
Oh, okay, so that's the only way you can give someone a gift. Because that means I need to bring Nika with me on the next mission and give her a gift. Alright. I told him, Mike. Did you hear that guy's microphone? Like, what the fuck? He also sounded like he was in a church.
Glad Robbie got a taste of what it's like to work
He also
alongside
sounded like he was
Skull
recording that in the church. What the fuck? Wait, hold on a second.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Hey, big boss.
What in the...
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
No,
Lekstrom.
Lekstrom. I was gonna make it sound like I was in a church too, but I don't know how to do that.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Oh my god. What in the fuck? Oh, that's much better. Leo clips. Billy approve. I only make the best clips. Approved by Billy himself. But yeah. If you're wondering why SpongeBob is talking and not Justin, it's because we enabled the TTS monster earlier today. You can mess around with some voices now. There you go, you can... We basically have all the free voices enabled. The only ones we don't have is all the premium ones.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Oh, there's a Nico mission. Yeah, let's do the Nico mission.
It's good to have you around again.
Increase level to 14? Hey, that's perfect for Nico.
You know I know magic, right? Now I see what all
Oh, but you can still level this up? Holy shit, that's insane. Oh, I can get that now because I upgraded the Captain Marvel ability. Be more into when decrypting cache. Just run 2 heroes at a time. Holy shit, that's so long to get. Oh, we're kind of low in credits too.
I am not 100% clear on how Robbie's link with Johnny Blaze works.
I mean, none of them gives you credits. That does. Well, let's do the Nico one. Capture Hydra Agent. Play 2 abilities in 1 turn. Who do we want to bring? Who do we fucking... Deadpool is Omega high level. Man's level is 16. Yeah. How about Spider-Man and Blade?
One of the Hydra operatives in this area has been transmitting unusual signals back to their base of operations.
In 6 heroism.
If we can capture that agent,
Ooh, and we had this? Yeah, we might want to get that.
into Hydra's plans.
Shouldn't take too long.
Don't play.
Fucking blast.
Well, that's interesting.
This is 132. Well, they all have a lot of health now.
Can you hear me? Hey, Daddy.
Hello, Big Boss. I am Donald Trump. Will you help me build a wall?
Like you will let the man build his wall.
Wait, what? Wait, did he say fuck you? Yeah, let me build this wall. I didn't hear that. I didn't quite catch that. Did he actually say that? Yeah, okay. I didn't quite catch that. Hey, cone crap. Hell yeah. Yeah, yeah, my brothers.
That was awesome.
Attacks and heroes have a 10% chance to apply 1 bleed. So...
Hey man, can you write this movie of mine, Steven Seagal Link?
Steven Seagal Link. Sure, after this mission I can. After this mission I can. SpongeBob Seagal.
Can you hear me? Hey, Daddy.
Thanks man, Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal. Hey, no problem. SpongeBob Seagal. So if I do this, right? That would be 9, then I would just have to do 1 more next turn, and then I would be able to do the Giga ability. 2 more heroes with damage, random enemies 2 times, 1 for each person. Yeah, I really want to try that. I want to see what that's like. Could discard this though. Yeah, discard this and see if maybe we get a free card. Nope, we did not. Discard it again, maybe? Trophy? Oh, yeah, this works. Oh, yeah, this is perfect.
Time's up for these chumps.
Obama. What the fuck, Obama?
Guess that's why you're the boss.
Exactly, he's here. Boss. Lord Gamer. He has arrived. Alright. So let's... Hopefully no one is going to die next turn. No, I think we should be okay. So... let's do this, and then the next turn we can do the Omega Giga ability. Oh, hell yeah.
At that moment, the big boss had arrived. The God Gamer himself, solely playing Midnight Suns.
Exactly, Morgan. For once, it's not DBD. Saving it for each enemy targeting them. Wait.
Hello, I am Obama. I love your president. I love your city. I love your fast food joints. My fellow Americans get really fucking fed at McDonald's.
At McDonald's. But yeah, do this on Blade.
I'll put this to good use.
It sounds like he's on helium or something. Yeah, he sounds a bit strange sometimes. Sometimes it also sounds like he doesn't want to talk. He sounds a bit shy. Alright, end turn. Hopefully we survive, and then we do Giga ability next turn. Let's do it. Wait, I think the slow makes it so I can't do the Giga ability. Oh my god, because it's gonna make it more expensive. Come on, man, I just want to do the Omega ability.
Can you hear me? Daddy.
We don't give a fuck about anyone's fucking religion. We don't care about what their ethnicity. We don't care. We let do what anybody wants. It's like the great Genghis Khan said. I'll practice your own
What's
religion.
that?
But pay text to me looks like a monkey trying to fuck a football. No, really. This whole thing, it's just a fucking disturbance.
It's the fucking best. Thank you once again. SpongeBob Seagal. Yeah, let's do the Omega ability, see what happens.
You'll only see this once.
Omega. Holy shit! The whole map just exploded.
Sometimes I wish I
Hello,
had a
Line
cool
Bridge.
staff like
Sorry,
that.
I'm very high.
Now's
Right
your
now,
chance. Take them
I
into
snorted
custody
way
before
too
they
much
can regain
cocaine
their
last night.
bearings.
Fucking Mitchell sadly gave me too much.
What the hell? Good to know, Obama. $132. This could kill all but like 2 of them. Let's just do this though. So what are we hiring at? We're hiring at the Omega ability?
Excellent work. But I doubt Hydra will let you walk off with their agents so easily. Stay alert.
Oh my fucking god. Of course you had to spawn an Omega boss as well. Right after I did my Omega ability. Come on, man.
We don't give a fuck about anyone's fucking religion. We don't care about what their ethnicity is. We don't care. We let do what anybody wants. It's like the great Genghis Khan who said, practice your own religion, but thanks to me, it's like a monkey trying to fuck a football. Man, really, this whole thing, it's just a fucking mess.
Thanks, Eminem. Thanks, man. What the Oh my god, you can't kill any of them. Wait, those dogs are not targeting anything. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. I just have one card play left. Go ahead and do this. Hopefully it kills everything. Maybe.
This should be good.
Of course it went for the big one. I should have gone for some of the smaller ones. Well, at least we can do this.
How about this one?
Well, let's talk about a card, please. Maybe we should wait with that. Instead do this. Yeah. Wait, that only does 90? Oh fuck. I guess then I'll have to kill the demon dog, but I guess that's fine. It's because the demon dog is not targeting anything.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Ring, ring, ring.
Oh.
Steppenfold, listen here, you motherfucker. I know about your fucking immoral, dirty, rotten criminal shit, and I don't
my
care.
God.
I've got my own fish to fry. You sent somebody to kill me, and you missed. You know what that means, Steppenseevil. You make another fucking move or play the wrong way. I will kill you. I will kill your fucking mother, and I will kill your fucking.
I will kill your fucking. Oh damn! He hung up the phone a bit too early. Damn. Jesus, SpongeBob, you were really going in, huh? SpongeBob was real mad. What? Monka W? Excuse me, SpongeBob? The line got cut off. Exactly, he hung up the phone.
Make peace with your gods.
I will kill your fucking. Nope. Cut his mic. What the fuck? How much damage did that do? Nothing? It just corrupted them? What the hell is happening?
I will not be defeated.
I think they like me.
I almost got punched off the map. What the fuck is going on? There is so many enemies. This would have been over already if a mini boss didn't show up.
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
In this video, Billy Harrington will be joining us today. He will teach us the pure joy of gacha. This video is sponsored by Pornhub, and also don't forget to buy our Linus Sextus merch.
Excuse me? Oh, alright.
Here it comes. Even the best can get better.
There is way too many fucking enemies on the map. Yeah, but everyone needs a shield, otherwise we
Gonna do this.
My mental attacks do additional damage. Oh man, if I have Bleed Storm right now, or Hell Ride, then this would be over. Okay, restore 100 in health. 142 health. Wait, why did you restore the health to Spider-Man? You were supposed to get the health. Oh.
Watch closely.
Can you hear me? Get that in.
I got some bad news for you, Steven Seagal. See, I leave for a living chewing gas when I'm not a handyman,
God.
Steve Inches. I'm a professional killer. I came here to kill you. I'm way low, Steven.
I'm way low. Monka W. SpongeBob lies for a living too. I'm way low.
This usually works.
You know, you're pretty good at this.
Add a card, please. Well, fire. We can blow this up at least. But it wouldn't be enough to kill. I guess it's better than nothing.
Let's try this.
Do your worst enemy.
Where'd you hear that one?
At least I corrupted the enemy too.
Isn't Dr. Faustus wanted for war crimes? You guys might be accessories, you know?
What, you just KO'd your own friend? Alright, well, I'll take it.
Hoverbangs flee or Besketer until Tinge and Horror Blade and Ruby stem relief. But your pick jag.
Maybe you should try
Hollow
something.
cut down spike enough for
Danish
Dandy,
is
dandy,
lying
no.
this. Wait, did it oh, it KO'd with the friendly guy. How convenient.
Looks like I've got their attention.
Works for me. This might be salvageable. But also 202. 202 more messages. Knock back quick. Alright, okay. This might actually be salvageable. This tag's gonna change to another one.
Here we go again.
Good one.
Tiger would be KO, chain to another. This guy's.
Can you hear me? Get that in.
Oh, he
Naked
doesn't take damage.
201, bitch.
Yeah, well, 201. 201 it is now. Ah, they both get one. Wait, redraw this. Go.
About time.
Apply to bleed. Well, I don't want Spider-Man to be corrupted, so let's move Nico. Nico. Hopefully Spider-Man is going to be outside the corruption range. He did, yeah. They did just go Super Saiyan. He did go Super Saiyan so he could get the bleed effect on his cards.
I know what my future holds.
Vigilance gained. Titan triggers into counter. Oh, okay. So there's a 20% chance they might hit me back. Gotcha. These both give me 1, right? Yeah. 159. Don't hit back. Don't hit back. Don't hit back. Thank you. Right. Okay. We could actually almost end the turn this round.
I am Donald Trump. I approve this message.
That was a bit underwhelming. You just said it normally. Hey, okay, we can actually kill the big boss, and then we just have to deal with this little fire demon. Perfect.
Let's show 'em who runs.
Somehow we came back. Even though that was like, I don't know, 10 plus enemies at some point. The Final Fantasy move, Pog.
We'll pick the right partner.
This catch is 166. We'll have to use it next turn. Who's this guy attacking? Blade. Jesus.
Good one.
What do you mean good one? They took damage.
Ready to do this thing?
What a troll game. There's only one
Mother.
Yeah, there is only one mother. Indeed. But what a troll. There is only one enemy and it doesn't give me a single attack card. Like just a single default attack card. But I mean, I could just use this. Then we could end it.
Let me help.
Still though. It's just a simple quick attack move to end it all. Alright, sure, let's end that in overkill style. Why not?
We're stronger as a team.
Poor fire demon from hell.
Looks like you've got the agent in custody. Better clear out before Hydra sends a search party.
Heavensburg, you know I get the feeling that you are talking around me and you losing some fucking Zen riddles or some shit. When they call me, it ain't a fucking joke. It ain't about who stole some cigarettes from the Barracks. When they call me, it's your fucking next Steven Shades.
Then I can just hear Justin faintly in the background. Trying to keep up. Call me at your fucking neck. Monk, monk. Secret Agent SpongeBob. Right, so now I should be able to hang out with Nico unless something happens, right? Yeah, nothing happens, so I should be able to hang out with Nico and give her a gift.
Johnny Blaze's allegiance to our cause.
Why can't I hang out with the doctor? You didn't even go on a mission with you.
The Ghost Rider is a powerful ally.
Good girl, Charlie.
Oh, Spider-Man's training.
I wasn't.
Robbie won't stop gushing about
The
Johnny
doctor's
Blaze.
lonely.
You
I
know
would
what?
hang out with
It's a
him too,
refreshing
because I
emotion.
want to level him up, but I have a quest that requires me to give Nico a gift.
You're still not taking this
Yeah,
seriously.
give Nico a gift from the gift shop.
Nope. But keep buttering me up with those compliments.
That's the only one.
Where's Scarlet Witch? Wait, I can hang out with Scarlet. I'm pretty sure she's broken. She has been in her room for the past 4 days in game now. She hasn't left. I just want to give her a compliment, but I guess she's too shy to come out. I don't know what happened. But Spider-Man still wants to hang out. Well, it has to be Nico, though.
Can you hear me?
This is Steven in the game.
I caught these two guys with 3 cans of cocaine. What do you think they were doing with it? Making chocolate girl softball games.
Making chalk for girls? Softball games. Oh, that's perfect. All I was missing is the infamous slam at the end. Bonk. Yo, no, it's not that Nico. It's not above the law, Nico.
Glad Robbie got a taste of what it's like to work alongside his skull
Slime.
biker hero. As far as heroes go,
What?
he could have picked worse.
Let's watch a movie. Increase the
Of all the
percent
changes he had to
willpower.
deal with, at least the music is better.
Oh, I think the game bugged out a little bit. It gave me the result screen, but we still have the dialogue. A Stephen movie?
Can you hear me? Daddy.
When they call me and you were gonna live or you gonna fucking die.
What
This
the
is the
fuck?
fucking come to justice moment, and I wasn't fucking born on a fucking turnip truck, man, and I was not born at night. I was born on a bright fucking sunny day, man, and I've been doing this for a long time, Steven Seagal.
Can you hear me?
If he's been making Krabby Patties for a long
Do not
time
think
now.
I'm fucking new. Do not think you can play me. Let's get to the fucking nitty gritty here. What the fuck happened?
What the fuck happened? Who stole the Krabby Patties? Amazing, I love it.
Agreed. There's so much to discover.
This is normal.
Which reminds me, Tony started
I am a
trying to
zoomer, I
convince
am
you
a
that
boomer, I am a
techno-industrial
boomer, I
is the
am a
one
boomer,
true
I am a
genre of
boomer.
music. Best to smile, nod.
That's
and
what a
pretend things
Suma
agree.
sounds like?
What if I do not?
He'll try to prove it with the album.
Yeah, that's
he'll
SpongeBob
fucking
training the
last 20
employees right
years.
there. Do not
Okay.
make a fucking deal.
Sounds like a locomotive
SpongeBob ran out of
made in the ball bearing
patience.
factory.
Noted.
Runaways.
Holy crap, this is amazing.
Woolwich. Why is it still on my screen? Why did it pop up twice?
We still have so many more moves.
We still have so many more moo.
Can you hear me? Daddy.
If you don't know how to fucking cook it out of the fucking kitchen, you fucking moron.
What? SpongeBob had enough. SpongeBob snapped. Couldn't take it anymore. Forgot about the link no order, or else I got it.
Can you hear me?
Hashtag got it. That's just a
Get the
wolf
fuck
strip.
off.
What? Talking to me?
I fucking hate SpongeBob as a bitch's motherfucker. Can we please deport SpongeBob? I'm sick of his stupid looking ass.
Oh my god. Fucking Suma, get out of here. Still hear Justin faintly in the background.
Can you hear me? Daddy.
Fuck!
Oh my god, why did you yell that? Jesus. I'm sorry, SpongeBob. Fuck. Yeah, need some more purple. Oh, right, we gotta turn in the quest. Oh, and he's right there.
I'm not sure I believe Johnny Blaze when he says he'll show up when we need him. But I'm happy to be wrong.
Can you hear me? Daddy.
Awesome. Thanks, Hunter.
Lord Krabs is my father. Please help me find him. I feel lost without, or I will John Wick on your dumbass motherfucker.
My craps. He's your craps.
I'm almost getting used to seeing you on your feet again.
Can you hear me? Daddy.
Fuck Trump, fuck.
Fuck!
Fuck am I, fuck.
Oh, hey.
Wait, he stole
His
it.
crabs.
Oh my god. He stole Eminem's fuck. I don't have your crabs. Doggo.
Who is a good girl? She's my Charlie.
Why does he yell it?
Steven, what the fuck is this? You've been running behind my back, but my boy, shut the
My
fuck
boy?
up. Don't say a motherfucking word to me. These the same gangsters that you pulled off the haste with, where
The
the money
haste?
disappeared and then y'all killed Chance. You want to be a gangster, Steven Gun? That's part of the life, bitch.
Steven Gun. The haste. Anything but the haste. Why hello there. Why hello there, Dre.
Can you hear me? Steady. Bing bong, your cock is gone.
What?
Go, you go, go, go.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Oh, right. I was waiting for something, but no, he already said it. He said it before the alert popped up. Right.
Can you hear me? Steady.
I'm ready to fucking kill some bitches.
And then Justin. Can you hear Justin too? Faintly in the background. You see him faintly in the background trying to catch up with SpongeBob. But also, how the fuck? How did Nico overtake Ghost Rider? What the hell? Impossible. But let me remember to save this time.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Fuck Justin shoots Justin.
He said it himself, Justin. Right, now I saved it myself this time. It was weird last time when we had to repeat those things. It's strange.
Steady. I am laughing so hard. I am about to poop my pants. Holy shit. Cock and
Holy
balls.
shit. What the fuck was that? That Nico and Steven? Yeah, no, this Nico is a blood witch. A blood witch.